Hello, how you guys doing? Hey, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. So I'm going live right now through TikTok and YouTube right now. So if I look down here and I'm looking up here, that's probably why. I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing? Hope you guys had a good fourth. Hello, everybody on YouTube. Everybody on TikTok. You guys on TikTok, you guys keep tapping my screen. I appreciate that. That's what's going to probably keep me hopefully a bit longer. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I had a good fourth. I got to see family, so I'm doing pretty good. My house is kind of messy in the background. I think I got dogs and I haven't cleaned up as much, so I apologize. How do you go about talking to me? Like, you mean like doing like a reading? All you have to do is go under my bio on here, and there's a link. Click it, and then tell me you're interested in a reading, and I can. Hello, everybody. Thank you guys for following me. Appreciate that. Oh, it's what you don't see. Somebody said my house doesn't. My house looks clean. I'm like, it's funny. She doesn't see other stuff. Like my house, I got two dogs, and there's dog toys all over the ground. So constantly, I was having to pick up with after they're like 5-year-olds. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate that. You haven't seen me in a while. What happened was my old account got hacked. Somebody put child porn on there, and I got banned after having 30,000 people, and I can't get on there anymore. When I tried connecting with Facebook, nobody works there. So after 30 days, I got banned. I wrote them letters. Did everything I was supposed to, but nobody works there. Yeah, I love dogs. I'm a big dog person. But there's a lot of evil out there. So when you're doing good, I'm always expecting that there's always going to be something that's going to try to trip me up when I'm doing. Am I selling it? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, everybody. Yeah, it's horrible. There's my dog back there. I don't know if you can see him. And YouTube, he was just behind me. But Facebook never responds. Yeah, they never respond. Nobody works there. Nobody works there. And so when you have real problems like that, they just always refer you to the help section when they can't help you there. Half hour, 65 an hour is 125. My rates are pretty good comparing to what I do. Everybody wants me to bring my rates up, but I won't. You had a reading with me, but you, after that, yeah, that's probably what happened. That was like actually when that happened, it was on the Super Bowl. My phone went off, and this is exactly what happened. My phone went off. Stop. Sorry, I have my dogs. My phone went off, and no, I got a Jack Russell and a rat terrier. My Jack Russell, he's the one that always barks. So my phone went off on Super Bowl Sunday. I went to look at it, and you know how Facebook will ask you about is this your number and all that stuff. It went on really quick. You don't think twice. So I clicked yes. At that same second, it was so disgusting. What came up was this disgusting child porn. And I went to go figure out what was going on, and then automatically I was banned. And then it showed on my email that Facebook under my ads got that child porn went out twice. Boom, boom, and Facebook charged me twice for it, and I got charged $75 each for it. Hello, everybody. Thanks for you guys following me. Yeah, it's really sick. So I had to start a new page. I had over 30,000 plus people on my old page. It's still up. I don't know why Facebook still keeps it up, but I have a new one on Facebook. I'm trying to get back up again. Yeah, it'll go back up. I'm not too worried about that. I mean, people they know the truth and they'll follow it. I mean, they'll know what's real and what's not. They follow people. Hi, everybody. How you guys all doing? So if you see me looking up here and looking down there, I'm also on today. I'm just deciding to try YouTube too because I haven't been on YouTube for a while. I got viewers on there that can't come on TikTok, so I thought I'd try that. I don't do 10-minute readings. I don't do 15-minute readings. I only do 30 minutes and an hour. I used to do 45, but that was always messing with my scheduling because like when I'd schedule somebody right after, thank you. That 115 minutes would always mess things up. So I don't do that anymore. Thank you. Thanks for the gifts. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you guys for the taps. I appreciate that. Am I traveling at all? I was just in Butte, Montana for the 4th to see my family. Thank you. And when I was down there, I was doing like a lot of readings. When I go to Butte, I'll go to a hotel and I will what do you call it? I will rent out one of those conference rooms when I go out of town, and I have people come to me because I used to go traveling to house, and that took a lot of my money and time out of my time, and it was crazy. So now I just rent out conference rooms when I go visit places like that, and they come to me, and I just schedule like that. Whoever come to welcome to Las Vegas. Shout out from Las Vegas. Thank you. I've never been there, but that's on my list. Yes, I love Colorado. I love it. I've tried to connect with you, but something happened each time. Do you think it was a sign? I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. I'm not doing readings. I'm not sure. I wondered if your Big Sky name was actually for 406 Summit Billings. Yes, I live near Billings. I have that radio show on Hot 1019 on Sundays. I do. So that's me. Thank you. It's at 3 p.m. Mountain Time. I do my Sunday readings on TikTok now until I get my page. So how I go? So you guys, if you guys ever watch me on TikTok, so and I try to get people that are on that can go live with me. I don't make TikTok rules. You have to have 1,000 followers. I don't do that. So what I do basically is, I just pick people from there. And thanks, Yankees fan. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. And but when I had my Facebook page, I would get drawn to names on there. If you guys ever remember my old page, if you guys remember me, thank you guys for the gifts. I would always pick the names off of Facebook, and then I would just go with it. I wouldn't do the video. The reason why I do videos on my TikTok is because I just want people to see that I'm legit, that I'm giving real validation. There's no way for me to know any of that. That's why I do that. Same with when I was on Facebook. So I can't do that same on TikTok because there's so many fake names on there. Everybody's got different names, and it takes more time to people to put all that stuff out, and it's frustrating. So as soon as I get my Facebook page up a little bit more, I'm going to start going live on there too, on TikTok. On this Facebook, and I'll still do the same on TikTok. I do a lot of free readings all the time. Thank you guys for the gifts. Sundays are always my free days. That's my way of giving back. So you guys make sure you guys follow me all the time, either on YouTube or TikTok, or wherever, because I'm always posting stuff. Seriously, which platform am I watching on? I'm on my cell and really literal to different formats. So right now, Sue, you're watching me right now on YouTube right now. And then I'm also on TikTok at the same time. Do you ever do free readings? I do a lot of free readings on Sundays. So I'll start off at 3 p.m. Mountain Time, and I'll post it on here. Usually you'll see me coming up. 3 p.m. Mountain Time, I go on here and I do free radio readings. And I'll post the phone number, and you guys can watch me. You guys can call the radio station. And then on Sunday at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, I run back here at home, and I do my free readings on TikTok. So I do a good medium always gives free readings. That's how you know a legit reading. A good legit medium. A good legit medium is always giving validation. If they can't do those things, I wouldn't trust them. And it's my training, and it makes more sense. Are you feeling drained from the transition that's happening? I don't like the transition because it's actually affecting me too. Thank you guys. Right now it's affecting me because I'm not getting much business. And I think it's also because of the, everybody's worried about gas prices and the economy right now. And I think that's a big part of it. I used to just always schedule people constantly, but then this last couple of months, it's been really hard for me. So yeah, I love New York, by the way. Yeah, inflation. No, I'm not doing free readings now, Nancy. I'm just talking, answering questions. I do free readings usually on Sundays. Thank you guys. If you're skeptical and you want to know I'm for real, all I have to say is go watch my videos on there. You'll know I'm real. Ask anybody on here that knows me. They'll tell you, or that's had a reading with me on Facebook or TikTok over the phone or live on Zoom. They'll tell you I'm legit. There's no way for me to know anything about your loved ones. I'll describe your loved ones from the other side. I don't just say, oh yeah, your brother's in heaven, he's doing okay, and then change the subject. I know there are people out there that do that stuff. I won't do it. I think it's just irresponsible, and your readings will go wrong. You're never going to be trusted. I give legit. I mean, I'll tell you what your level looks like. I'll tell you things that only you two would know that I would not know. Thank you. Thank you guys for validating that. If I can't answer all your questions, so I'm going back and forth. What is my YouTube? It's the same, Big Sky Medium. So if I can't go back, I'm going back and forth. So I'm just trying to see so forgive me if I can't read everybody's questions. Yeah, paying it forward. When I pay things forward like that on Sundays, when my days of giving back, I'm not really looking for anything in return. I really enjoy doing it. It is very tiring, but I like doing it. It's my way of giving back to the community. But it's I understand that that the inflation is going on and it's affecting me. It is, and I worry about that because I don't know if I can do this anymore. And every time I connect with my spirit guide, he keeps saying, "Hold on," but I keep having bills that need to be paid. I'm kind of falling behind too. Everybody's I think is getting there, but it scares me because it's always on my mind that do I need to get another job? Should I quit doing this for a while? I don't know. So my spirit guide tells me no, but I got to trust him. But I'd see where it goes. We'll see. But I'm being real with people. I don't know. If you want a private reading with me, all you have to do is tap under my bio under here. There's that link. It'll take you to my new Facebook page. Like and follow there, and then message me there, and I can schedule a reading with you. Thank you guys for your support. I appreciate you guys. I've had about 5 readings from Paul, private and on Hot 1019 Sunday. He's been clear. He's only been clear and so informative. He is seriously gifted. Thank you, Sue Millman. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not doing free readings, but I guarantee your daughter is I'm sure she's crossed over, but I'm not set for doing readings right now, you guys. I hope you understand that. I don't know if it's on my I don't think it's on my bio. It's all for a half hour it's 65 and hours 125. And my readings are always my prices are always the same. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that. I am feeling a lot better. My cold is finally gone. I went to Butte. It's a higher elevation. It's kind of like Denver. It's like a mile high above sea level up there. And I think the smoke from all the fireworks, thank you, got to me a little bit. And I was coughing. I'm like, oh, great. I thought I'm over it. But yeah, I think it's just because higher elevation. You call it transition, your mediumship? I don't know. I just know my medium. I don't know what other people would call it. Call me as, I sometimes I call myself more of as a messenger. But I think what's just asking about transition is just talking about the transition and what's going on in the world right now. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Post 200% real and legit. Thanks, Donna Brito. I appreciate that. Thank you guys on TikTok for validating too. You're honest about your mortality. Yeah, I'm very honest about my mortality. I'm not going to live forever. I know that. None of us are. Do we have a set number of lives when we are born? Set number of lives. I think we only have one set number that we're supposed to live on one path, and then we die. And then I know there are mediums on here that think they know God's ways, and I'm not going to be that medium that says, oh, when you die, everybody's going to heaven, or you're going to be judged by God, or you're going to be, reborn and, reincarnated. I don't know God's plans. I just go by what my readings say. So I know there are mediums that say, like, it's just like this. It has to be this way. I'm not going to be that way. I just do it. I just say what's coming through me and what's said. That's all I'm doing. I don't have the answers of the world. I don't have the answers of all the, religions or the spiritual stuff. I just get what I'm told. My training opened my eyes up to a lot of stuff too, but I don't like forcing that stuff on other people, my religion or my beliefs. If it comes out that way, that's the way it comes out. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Sorry, everybody keeps talking. I won't be able to get to everybody. Could you be blocked from receiving information? If so, how do you remove it? So I'm going to show you guys a secret. And okay. And I'm teaching this this kid. I'm teaching with in the psychic class I'm doing. So when you guys don't want to be, so if you guys know that there's a medium or a psychic and that person's probably reading you, or if you're in a big group and you feel like you're being watched, like somebody's trying to get some information off of you, just go like that. Go like this or close your legs. Either close your ankles or cross your legs. I guarantee you it'll stop right away. And the reason for that is because, and it's hard for me to explain unless I'm showing to you guys. Like if I were to use a pendulum, okay, let's say this is a pendulum, all right? And say the pendulum's going to start going to be a big yes. You see that? Okay. So for instance, if I were to close my legs really quick, it would stop. See how it stops? I can't control that. You can see from my fingers up here. I'm not moving anything. Now watch. Show me a big yes. Now it's going to show a big yes. I can't control it. It's going to take a second. Okay, now in a second, I'm going to cross my ankles or my legs. So when I cross them, it's going to stop. Watch, stop. It's going to stop. I can't control it. You can practice it on yourself if you don't believe me, but it's about energy, what's coming through. So when you cross your arms or your legs, that blocks that communication out. Sometimes when somebody's sitting across from me when I'm doing readings, the spirit guide, or I will be, usually if I'm not paying attention, spirit guide will remind me, tell her she's got to open up more, which tells me she can't, or he or she shouldn't be sitting like that. And I don't care how people sit, but I'll tell this, your spirit guide saying, when you sit like this, you're blocking that communication. So we can't get that through that information. You're no, I'm not that far out. Actually, that's a good point. Thanks for Karen for bringing that up. So what I'm doing right now, you guys, is I'm working with my hours now, so I'm not going to be booked out as far. I mean, I have people booked out for months ahead, which is unfortunate, but that's how I always am. I've been that way for years. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start doing readings from, I think what I say, noon until 3 or 4 p.m. Mountain Time. So if you guys want a private reading, and that will get you in faster than those scheduled readings that I have ahead. So if you guys want, message me on here on my Big Sky Medium, the one that's under my link. Don't go to my old page. If you go to my old page, I can't respond to you because I'm banned from that one. The one that I have now has about 1,500 people. My old page had over 30,000. They won't let me get back to it. So make sure you guys follow me. If you want an easier way, just click under my bio and like my page and follow me on there. And then if you want a private reading, I can schedule one with you. I can do one in the evening, or I can do a Zoom reading. I can do a reading for you during the day. That's what I'm here. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do now. Thank you guys on TikTok. Thank you guys for coming too, by the way. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you, Karen. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. I'm going to be doing more readings or have you. I'm not doing any training yet until I'm done training him. I know you guys understand that. I know people want to be mediums really bad, psychics, but here's the thing. Everybody is born a psychic. Not everybody's born a medium. So what that means for me is like, I will connect with your spirit guide and find out if you have a mediumship abilities and you want to be trained with me. If you're in my area, I can do that. Not a problem. I can help you with that. But if your spirit guide says, no, she's a psychic or she's got other abilities, I won't do that. Because I understand that it takes a long time and you'll be wasting your money. It takes a lot of time to learn that, to develop. The teacher that taught me, she said it took her 26 years and she used to be mad at me. She said it only took me 2 or 3 months. Well, I already had this gift since I was born. I was seeing spirits, being haunted by things as a little kid, as a baby. So I've already had it. So I won't waste anybody's time or money to train them unless I know for sure what they are. I'm not going to do that. I won't take their money or their time. That's me. Hello, everybody. How was he picked you to train? Because I sat with him and I did a reading with him one time, and his spirit guide kept pushing me to train him. His past life, he had other abilities, and so when I connected, he was a medium as well. He's not a trance medium; he's a physical medium. So I was helping him. It's a long process. It's a very long process. It takes months and months. Thanks, guys. But if you're in my area and you want to be trained after this, I can help with that. No big deal. It's just as long as I know that you guys have abilities. That's about it. I won't sit there and take somebody's money and promise them something that I don't know for sure. Because I think that's not good to do. I've seen them. Somebody's saying something. Good morning. I've seen them. Never knew who though. A big guy in my old home. The house is probably haunted by somebody that didn't cross over. Do you see if someone is going to pass when you're doing readings? Do you tell them? Is that Bob or Bobby? Or I'll tell you something. I lost 2 good friends this month. I mean, I think it was in July. Yeah, between the end of June and I think July. And it bothered me because it's like, you as you get older, and I am in my 40s, as you get older, you notice that people start to kind of die off, and it reminds you of your own mortality. And the people that you thought in your life, again, you get so comfortable with them again, and then they start going away again. And it's hard for me to deal with that, it's because I've been through a lot of death in my life, my own personal death. And so I think they're going to come to me when they're ready to let me know that they're okay. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. But death is never easy for anybody. It's even for me, it's hard. And people are like, well, you're a medium. You can talk to them anytime I want. I probably could, but I'm human too. And I don't talk to my family in heaven the way I should be more. I probably should do more of it, but I don't, because I'm human like everybody else. And you have to know when the time is right to do it. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, one of my friends, I kind of felt something was coming up. He just turned 50 and he had a massive heart attack in his sleep. And so he messaged me one time. I can't remember what the message was. We were just talking about something small. And I remember I was getting a weird feeling from him. Like I kept getting, there's something, and I should have read into it, but I didn't. But I knew something was up about it. But it was a learning lesson for me, because I think next time I get that really weird feeling with somebody, I'm going to figure out what's up with it. I don't know if I can tell him. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. It's nobody knows when somebody's going to die, their timing. Nobody knows when they're going to be born. Only God knows. So if you ever go to a medium or a psychic and they tell you when somebody's going to die, it's not probably not true. But I think I was getting the sense that something was going to happen, if that makes sense. Can you guys keep tapping my screen, please? I appreciate that. Since you know all about this, when someone passes, can they come to you in your dreams? Yeah, I had a lot of people. Thank you, guys. I've had a lot of people come to me in my dreams quite a bit. They visit me after they pass. My family, I have friends, people I don't even know. They've come to me. So I've done that. Heart attacks it's sad. But a lot of times spirit guides always says it's just their timing. How do I ask my uncle to come through and give me a sign? Just talk to him. Every time we talk to our loved ones, every time we think of them or talk about them, they're always with us. When you're playing a song and when you're thinking of them, they're going to be there. I get that so much with my readings. There's a lot of validation there. And people will say, well, how do I talk to them? Just when you're driving in your car, sometimes people think to them when they're talking. I connect with spirit. It's all telepathy. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you. You guys, please follow those gift givers. They're pretty nice. So that's all it is. Like when I see spirits in my visions, when in my dreams, it's all telepathy. They don't move their mouth. Thank you. So that's why sometimes when they visit us, people say, well, they weren't saying anything. They didn't open up their mouth. And I said, it's about the visual. Did they look young? Did they look happy? And they're like, yeah. And I go, that should tell you that you should get some little healing from that they crossed over, because it was like reality to us. It was a real visit. It's not just a dream. Dreams are different. Hi, Fired Mail. Hey, everybody just showing up. So dreams are different than nightmares and visits. Visits seem to always happen in the morning right before we wake up. Dreams and nightmares happen in the middle of the night. That's how I can tell the difference. And sometimes people will say, well, my mom, she came to me yelling at me, and she was never like that. She was calling me all these dirty names and this and that. And so when I connect with the spirit guide says she's in heaven. She's crossed into the light. And he'll probably tell me it's probably her, what is it called? Subconscious, dealing with something in her dream. She's connected to her mom somehow because of some kind of emotional thing. So that would make sense. And then she would say, oh, yeah, that would probably why my mom. But understand that there are spirits that wander around here that give people nightmares that feed off of your dreams as well. So it could be either or. Thank you, Moon. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Thank you for subscribing, you guys, on my YouTube, by the way. I would have a reading today. I am not available after 3 p.m. Going to work, but send me a private message if you want a private reading with me. How do I have dreams of people that are alive? Those kind of dreams, if you have dreams of people that are alive, pay attention to those. Not all the time. It could be your subconscious, like I said. A lot of our dreams are subconscious, not all of them. I mean, the ones you have to worry about, thank you guys, are the visits. Those are the important ones, and the dreams that keep reoccurring. If you keep getting dreams that are reoccurring, there's somebody trying to tell you something from up there and trying to warn you, or something important, or trying to tell you something. When you keep getting those reoccurring dreams, you get a notepad with a pen, and you go and you start taking notes, right? Because as soon as you wake up, you're going to forget everything. Try to write down what you're feeling. Try to write down the colors. Try to write down any detail that you can remember. If it's okay if you forget, but if the dream keeps coming back, maybe there's more to it and it'll come through. And those are the dreams you got to pay attention to. Dreams about your health, like your teeth falling out and stuff like that. That's like a spirit guide trying to warn you. Go get something checked out. There's something not right with you. You got to get that worked out. What if you don't remember your dreams? My brother told me he never dreams. I dream every time. Every time I take a nap, every time I sleep, I'm dreaming constantly. So I don't know. It's a really hard question. Maybe spirit guide will find another way, or spirit will find another way to give you a warning. I don't know. I don't know until I connect with spirit guides, because everybody's different. Thank you guys. Some people just don't dream, or they can't remember their dreams. But when a spirit guide comes, sorry, when a spirit comes through to me, um, they'll say, "Oh, I visited so and so." They'll tell me they visited somebody, and somebody like, "Well, I don't dream. I don't dream a lot. I don't remember my dreams." But that's okay. But I know spirit doesn't lie. It's just because we don't remember them doesn't mean that they're coming through. But they do visit at times, and maybe they're visiting us in a different level that we don't remember. Sorry, I got my throat. Do I have? Let's see. I answered that one. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm going back and forth on my YouTube and my TikTok. You're welcome. So my TikTok is Big Sky Medium, and then the same thing with on my YouTube, you guys. So please subscribe, follow me, like, and and share if you want. I'm cool with all that. Thank you guys for keeping those taps up, by the way. I've had one dream since I was a teen. It's scary, but exactly the same every time for 35 years. Yeah, you got to write that stuff down. There's something important about that dream. Who's your spirit guide? I don't know until I connect with your spirit guide. Everybody's got one main spirit guide that we're given as we're little, because it's about who our likes and dislikes and who we are. We have many that come and go. Angels. Family, especially a lot of family members that come and go. Different people that come and go, but we always have the main one. But I don't like, honestly, I do not. When people ask me, they'll say, "Paul, can you connect with my spirit guide?" When I connect with them, they'll say, "What's their name?" I can see them. I'll tell them what they look like. But I don't like giving out spirit guide names, because I look at it this way. If I give you your spirit guide name and you start talking to your spirit guide and you say, "Paul, you message me back or something, you say, "Paul, you brought me a demon or something bad in your house." I'm like, "No, I didn't." And you're like, "Well, I was talking to my spirit guide and it wasn't good." Well, things can happen. There are things that are around us that we don't see. We can be opening up things. If something's around us and you're opening up something, or there's something around your house, it's going to pretend to be that spirit guide for a while. And then you'll message me and say, "I brought you something," and never did. So there's a difference there. So that's why I won't do it, because I look at it more as a safety thing. I think a lot of times spirit guides don't want their names being told. Same with angels. They don't like their names being told. If they would say it right away. So I try to be respectful in that area for them as well. I know some mediums will do it. I won't do it. I will not do it. That's just me, though. I used to dream a lot and told my therapist, and they put me on pills to block my dreams. If the pills are helping you and your therapy is working, I'd say stay with that for a while. Dreams will come later on. Don't worry about the dreams. They'll come when they come. But work on yourself before that. Spirit will come and work when the time is right. But spirit cannot work with us until we learn to work with ourselves and heal ourselves. So try to work with yourself a little bit more. Thank you guys for the taps. I dreamed of two friends who passed years ago. I hugged them and said goodbye to them. You told me my son visits, but never dreamt of him. Nancy, the reason probably why you don't remember your son's dream is probably because you're still mourning your son. And when we mourn somebody that we love, it's like it's like we go through a tunnel vision. If you guys ever know what it feels like mourning, especially really somebody you really love, thank you guys. It feels like that. People around you are trying to get your attention. Spirits are getting your attention. You might see something on the ground, not even think twice, and pick it back up. That could have been your son or somebody just dropping it to say, "Mom, I was here." Spirits do come and visit us. When they do say they do visit. We just don't remember that visit because we're still in mourning, or somehow we're psychically blocking them out because the pain's so much. It takes time for that pain to heal. I don't know God's ways. I don't know how he works. I do know spirits don't lie when they come through quite a bit. If the message isn't clear, I'll ask again. If it repeats itself, then I know that's what the message is. What does heaven look like? I'll tell you what. I'm going to write a book about it one time, but I'm going to tell you what I do know. What over the years, what spirits have told me, and I think it's fascinating. So whatever you like to do down here, you can bring it with you in heaven. Like if you like to ride motorbikes, you could probably, I've had spirits many times say they've got a lot of motorbikes up there, like Harleys and stuff. Or if you like working as a mechanic, you like working on cars, you probably got a big garage up there. You like to fish, you can fish up there. There's no time in heaven. Nobody can tell you to go home. You just do what you want to do. You have fun doing it. You like to hunt? Yeah, you can hunt in heaven, but you don't really kill anything. It's like a video game. You'll see them, the animals up there, you shoot them, and then later on they disappear and go somewhere else. So that's how I was told in heaven, how it works. Heaven is pretty huge. It's nothing like the world. It's bigger than what we think, is what I keep being told. You never see the same thing twice. It's just gigantic, but everybody up there knows everything. There's a different kind of knowledge. Everybody knows each other. The knowledge that they have up there, they don't. There's only certain knowledge that they can send down here. They can't send certain knowledge. It's forbidden, I guess. And then you never get bored up there. Like we get bored down here. Up there, they don't get bored. They're always visiting. They're always traveling. They're always visit. There's always something going on. There's no time in heaven, so that means there's like no night or day. You don't sleep. You don't drink water. You don't eat. People eat there, but it's just to socialize. It's not to eat anything. It's to socialize, and that's basically what I was told. Hi, everybody coming on. There are real roads paved with gold up there. That's what I've been told. People live in mansions or big houses with each other, or what I'm told is that they live next to their loved ones, like a big street, like your friends or families. We all live down these big streets together. Or the majority of the people that I connect with, I can see behind them, and it gives the readers validation. A lot of times, they have beach houses, or they live in cabins or houses up in the woods. Some like to be living, by themselves. They like that. They like being secluded. That's cool. So that's their personality. Everybody's different there. I've seen houses with tons of dogs in the backyard. It's just, sorry, I got something in my throat. Thank you guys. But heaven's amazing. And every time I hear a story about what it's like in heaven, I just want more. I want to know more. I want to hear more, because it just makes me want to go there. I think of my loved ones. I think of the people that passed before us, and I think, man, that must be an amazing place to be. Let me think what else up there in heaven with there. I'm trying to remember what else. There's so much stuff I've learned from them when they talk about it. Like people, if they're good artists or good singers, they go up there and they join bands up there. They become better artists. They teach, or they learn stuff about to become better artists. And I wonder if that is because of that, maybe one day they might be reincarnated one day, because maybe they're going to be a better singer, a better artist than her. I don't know. I just find that stuff fascinating. But at the same time, spirits who cross into light can visit us anytime. Every time they think of us, they're right here. Boom, boom. It's just a matter of a second. They're there. Spirits that don't cross over, they don't have that ability. Just spirits who cross into the light have that ability. So that makes sense to everybody. Trying to think what else you need to know about the other side. So, when we die, this is the coolest thing. When we die, we always go back to our youth. We always look like we're in our 20s or early 30s. And when I validate to you guys, when I connect with your loved one, I'll tell you what they look like. And I'm going to tell you at the beginning, your loved one ain't going to be how you remember them. They're always going to look young. They're always going to look, happy and healthy. They won't look like they're sick with cancer, addict, overweight, bald, gray. I don't see that. I don't even know that they were handicapped until they tell me, because that's how they are. Everybody's the same age up there. So if you're a little kid and you die, unfortunately, like maybe a 10-year-old or 9-year-old, you go to school up there and you get raised by your loved ones up there, but you stop growing at that age, a certain age. You don't get old. Everybody is basically a lot of the time the same age up there, and they do have schools up there for kids. Please keep the taps going, you guys. I appreciate that. And we do have our families up there. So, for instance, I was told, like, if you want a beach house and your dad lives in a farm, for instance, you guys can still be neighbors, but it wouldn't make sense to us logically down here. But up there, it can. We create our own heaven, and everything up there is beautiful. People up there are great. They said beautiful and loving. Everybody it's like one big family up there. It's hard for us to understand that down here because we're not that. It's a different, higher vibration. Do you stick with your most current family, or the ones you were happiest with? I think everything is connected up there. All the people that you've met, all the animals that you had, or around you, they're going to be up there with you. Everything is connected. Paul, when I dream, I'm always young all the time. I wish I could dream when I was young. That's the thing that I don't think I can ever remember seeing myself being young. But who knows? I probably have. I dream quite a bit. Let me see here. What about babies? Babies, I was told babies, aborted babies that die of, that die in crib death, or babies that die in the womb, things like that. What I was told is that their angels come down, they take their souls to heaven, and what will happen is, I don't know. Like I said before, I don't know God's way. I just go with what I'm being told. Either our loved ones raise them in heaven, or they get reincarnated. Because sometimes when women are pregnant and then the baby isn't born, a lot of times what I get with that is just because the timing wasn't right. There was something off with that timing, so that baby's soul had to go to somebody else. But that doesn't mean that God wasn't punishing you. It was just that there was something wrong with the timing. That's all it was. And understand that and I always get that message, it always takes three involved: God and the man and the woman, to create the baby. People always think it's the man and woman. But if you want that baby bad enough and you want to work with that, you got to make sure that you connect with the, the creator. My grandson always said, when I was big, not when I get big. So does he come back as a child? I never dreamed. I don't know. I don't understand that. I think if your grandson passed away as a kid, he's going to probably grow up until he's probably like 20s, in his 20s at some point. I don't know. There's no time in heaven though. It's only time down here. But there's a time period. I mean, if that makes sense, it's just they do go to school up there. I don't understand their. I find it fascinating though, because I try to understand it in my head, things that they tell me, but logically it doesn't make sense down here. Nonsense. I got pregnant at 18. No religion, no God. Needed what? To have a baby? Well, Teddy, that's your belief system. You don't have to sit there and say nonsense. I'm the one delivering messages. If you don't want to believe it, I don't care what you want to believe. And nobody told you to come in here to say that. I mean, if you don't want to believe something, I'm not here putting anything down anybody's throat. I'm not preaching to anybody. I'm telling you what I've been told. I'm not saying this is how it always is. I told you guys at the beginning when I did this, I'm not, when spirit connects with me and they tell me things, I'm telling you what I've been told. If you don't believe in it, that's cool. I'm not making you believe in anything you don't want to believe in. Anybody. And that's not what I do. Everybody has their own belief system. I'm not here to change anybody's belief system. That's not my goal. I just do what I'm being told. I've been practicing with the crystal and dowsing rods. What do I need to tap into my gifts? So, Bearded Ben, what I would suggest is a lot of meditation every day. I would not go probably over 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes at the most. When you meditate, make sure you're doing it the right way. Breathe through your nose so you calm your brain down. Get into that point where you need to get that high feeling. Meditate. Start doing that often. That opens up your gifts. Make sure all your chakras are open. A way to do that is check in with your pendulum. If you and I know that you know how to work with your pendulum. Make sure you check all your chakras. If they're moving, then that's great. If they're not working, go to a Reiki master or meditate more until those start turning and start working again, if that makes sense. After that, then I would say, make sure, really quick, this isn't just for Ben, this is for everybody. When you use tools of divination, you have to respect that, which means be careful, make sure that you're not, you're dabbling things, which means you're playing with stuff you don't know what you're doing. It's really important for me to stress that out, because when we don't do that right, we can be opening up portals, getting attachments, having bad luck, things that always happen around us. So make sure that you're always praying before you do that and praying after. Because when you're praying, you're kind of like asking permission and you're opening the door. When you're done, you're closing. Make sure that white light of gold or whatever that white light is around you, the bottom of your feet all the way to the top, every day you wake up. Keep that on you. The more you're closer to the creator, the more you're protected. That's all. Because I've had people say, well, I've done this and I've done that. And I go, well, and then Spirit Guide will ask him, and then Spirit Guide already knows the answer. He'll say, how is your faith? And they get quiet. And then the Spirit Guide will say, well, this person's not praying as much. This person isn't with the creator as much, with God. So the closer we're with God, the creator, the more we're protected. And that's the honest to God truth. And that's what I've been told. Like I said, I'm just telling you how it is. If you have more people praying for you, maybe you got more protection. But it's mainly that relationship with you and the creator. That's what it is. But make sure you're protecting yourself. And what I would also suggest, Ben, people sometimes use tarot cards, practice the tarot cards, and that opens up your psychic abilities a little bit more. But practice on people. Don't be afraid of the messages you're getting from Spirit Guide. All of us try it for a while, we all make mistakes, but don't let that make you stop. You keep making it push you forward, because Spirit Guide ain't gonna stop helping you unless you push that Spirit Guide away. You know what I'm saying? Or spirit away. It's up to you. If you want it bad enough, you got to ask and you get received. I'm sorry, everybody keeps talking so fast in here. Hold on. I'm sorry if I can't get to everybody's stuff on here. Can a spirit attach to you that you don't know? Oh, yeah, quite a bit. I've seen that quite a bit. Thank you guys for the gifts. I get people who don't cross over into the light are ghosts, also known as earthbound spirits. You know that you hear those stories where you see people say they've seen old people, they've seen a spirit with no leg or no arm or head or something. Those are earthbound spirits. They chose not to cross into the light, so they're stuck here, or they want to be here. And those spirits, they can attach to people, especially if they've died and they've had attachments. I mean, if they were addicted to drugs or alcohol, or if they were angry a lot. Thank you. They'll attach themselves to people so that they were usually, and I've seen them, they get back here, they'll attach back there, and what they do is they like to feed off your energy. And so that's their food. They need that food. So they'll give you nightmares. You'll hear voices in your ear, where things will go on around you. You always feel anxiety. You always feel tired when you wake up. You can't think straight, and it's like you can't catch your breath. It's like the anxiety is so strong. But understand that's that attachment back there. And it's because of that spirit needs that boost, and it's trying to get from you. So you're the one that you have to figure out how to starve that one. A lot of times I'll tell the spirit guy says, go to church, connect with your creator, stay in the light. Sometimes a quick blessing will get rid of them from a priest, a pastor, a rabbi, a medicine man, or somebody that, something like that. But, I wouldn't trust going to certain people that will say they can take it, and you'll spend $200 or $300 on somebody and it's still there. Make sure that because I know there's a lot of spiritual people out there that can do it. And then there's some that say they can, and they don't know what they're doing. So be careful with that stuff. Have y'all read The Ghost Amongst Us? I'm not sure. It sounds like an interesting thing. Give me one quick second. Somebody's on here talking. I came to face to face with a coyote at my mom's tombstone. Oh, wow. Helen on TikTok said that she came face to face with a coyote at her mom's tombstone. Now, I'm also part Native American, and I know about the coyote. There's different stories about coyotes. I mean, yeah, you can look at animals, good or bad. I believe that was probably your mom's animal totem, one of her animal totems. We all have animal totems. You don't have to be Native American. That animal totem was showing you that was probably your mom. That would tell me that your mom is probably, coyotes are very playful. They're almost like foxes. They just like to have a lot of fun. They can get in trouble. They're mischievous as like foxes and stuff, but but if you can think of a coyote, if it's kind of fits your mom's personality, then I would say, yeah, that could be your mom or a loved one coming through to say they were with you at that point. Thank you guys for following me. Keep those taps up. I appreciate that. You guys, please keep those taps up, or I appreciate that. So if you guys don't tap, I'm going to probably stop here because I need more people in here. I appreciate that. You said that my son lives with his grandfather. He never met either grandfather. So Nancy, maybe he met your grandfather in heaven. Maybe they became good friends. Everything is connected up there. I don't know. Maybe his grandfather was probably his spirit guide. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing the lab. I appreciate that. What does it mean that I have 3 wolves around me? That means you're being protected by these animals. I believe that we all have animal guides as well, to understand that. But I believe that's your animal guides protecting you. That's very strong. If you have 3 wolves around you, that's a very good sign. You're being very protected by something. I believe your ancestors are probably calling on them to protect you. She said her mom was always fun. So it could have been your mom as being the coyote visiting you. How do I overcome my fear of being visited by my parents and grandparents? If you don't want them to visit you, and if they were bad people, I don't know your situation because I'm not doing readings. If they're bad people, just tell them to stop visiting. Just say it. I don't want you visiting. You have to just vocalize it. Tell your mom, your grandparents, or whoever these people are that you don't want visiting them. Just tell them, and they'll stop visiting you. But just think of them in your head when you're saying it. They're going to hear you. But if you don't, then it's going to keep happening. You have the power to control that. My hair stood up all over when you confirmed that. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you guys for tapping. Thank you, moderators on here, by the way. I don't thank you guys enough, but thank you. You guys do a lot of work to help me out. Thank you guys. My native name is White Wolf, and the medicine man said he saw a lot of little white wolves around me. I believe that. Thank you. Well, we all have animal totems, and some of our animal totems are very protective. Our ancestors will call certain animals around us to protect us. You don't have to be Native American, but it does work. It does happen. What does it mean when someone has passed appears to you in human form, that means they're trying to let you know they're okay. Just a sign of them looking young and healthy and happy. A lot of times that should just be enough for everybody to know that that's a little bit of healing for you, to know that they crossed over. I always see a bird sitting on a porch. I think it's my mom. Probably, if you feel it's your mom and that bird is getting your attention and that bird kind of fits your mom's personality, I would probably say, yeah, it probably could be your mom. Have a quick talk with her and you'll see what that bird does. It's interesting. It's crazy. You guys see that picture? Okay, I didn't know if I talked to you guys about this. So July 3rd, I was getting packed. Thank you guys for the gifts. I was getting packed up. I always have stories to tell. So I was getting packed up to go to Butte, see my family for the 4th. And my flat screen TV is near my window in my living room. And all of a sudden I kept seeing like something like flashing through that screen, because my TV was off, and kept looking. And I'm like, what is that? I'm like, what is going on? So it did it again, and it was a hawk's face. It was like it was trying to look in my window. And so I grabbed my phone and I opened up the shade. And you would think that when I opened the curtains up, that when I took that picture, that hawk would have left, because it would have freaked out. Any bird would have freaked out. And I looked at it and I said telepathy-wise, I said, can I take your picture? And then I heard yes. So I took the picture of that bird. It's on my Facebook page. If you guys want, on my business page here on Big Sky Medium, if you want to look at it. That bird's looking right at me. It's not far from where I took the picture. And after I took the picture, she waited a couple seconds and she kept looking at me, and then she flew off. So as I thought that was amazing. I knew it was a visit, but when I connect with my spirit guide, he goes, you remember me telling you your mom always visits you as the hawk? And it blew my mind, because if I'm looking for a hawk, because I live in Laurel, which is 15 minutes from Billings, where I go to work sometimes to help do my private readings and stuff, or if I have to go to Billings, sometimes I look for the hawks. I can't find them. But when I'm being stressed out or something's on my mind weighing on me, I start seeing them sitting on poles. I'll see them on fence posts, like up like 6 or 7 at times, or even 4 or 5. And they just sit there and they stare at me. Or it's just crazy. Or I'll see one fly above me. And I know it's my mom. So for me, that's comforting. I can't explain that. I know all of you guys have different stories about different animals coming all the time, helping watching you. It's true. It is absolutely true. When God created the earth, the Holy Spirit created the earth. But I tell you what, I was told that nature and spirit went hand in hand. So people say, well, they can't visit at that. Well, how do you know? Are you God? I mean, people tell me that all the time. I'm like, you're not God. You're not the creator. You don't know. You're only told what you were told from a Bible or a religion or something else. You don't know exactly how it is. There's more knowledge up there than we are ever going to comprehend. We only know what we're being told. Yes, pets do visit us. They do visit us. I've had stories of my older dog visiting. Honestly, they do. I used to be skeptical of that until I started seeing them on the other side, and then I started having my own visits. So yes, they do visit. What does it? Let's see. Yeah, never be afraid of them visiting you. What does it mean when different animals or insects visit you, like a bird or butterfly or hummingbird? That just means that's part of their animal totem. They're letting you know they're around. Like if I'm doing a reading, okay, and I'm giving validation. I'm doing reading, and I'm giving validation, okay. And I start seeing a hummingbird. I'll tell the reader, your dad was a very busy man, and you're like, wow, oh my God, how did you know that? Because I'm seeing a hummingbird. That tells me that you've been visited by a hummingbird, or to pay attention to the hummingbird, because that's your dad's animal totem, and he's coming as that, as he's a very busy person. You just got to fit that animal's, like their animal personality with that person. If a bee keeps coming around you, maybe that's grandpa. Maybe grandpa was a hard worker, busy hard worker. Butterflies to me represent somebody that probably died of a disease or some kind of infliction, but they kind of resurrected from that. Like they resurrected from their cocoon and they became beautiful again, and they're able to fly and do whatever they want. That's what I see when I see butterflies. Same with birds. They can go anywhere they want. Like if you had an aunt or grandma that liked to sing, that liked to talk a lot, then probably those little brown birds, they start chirping to get your attention. Dragonflies would represent somebody that likes fishing, that likes to be near water, or, that's how I would go about that. Anybody can say, well, yeah, you can see these things all the time, but I'll tell you what, you'll know it's them when these animals or insects will do something to get your attention on purpose. If they're intentionally like cardinals or something getting your attention, then you need to start paying attention to that. Our ancestors always knew this about animals, about they were messengers. Our ancestors are messengers. Thank you. Our ancestors are people who've crossed into the light, our family, or even people we don't even know. I didn't. So when I went to Florida, not this last May, but last May, I was starting to see. Thank you guys. I was having these birds come around quite a bit. My old Jack Russell, he was over 17. I think I told this story before. He was over 17. Thank you. He was a good dog. I love that dog. I mean, he was my best friend at the time. And he was getting old. He couldn't hear very well. And I let him outside to use the bathroom. And what happened was, hey, sorry, my dog's starting to bark now. What happened was, I kept calling his name. I said, Jake, come on, Jake. And I kept hearing the owl say, who, every time I said Jake. And in my area, I don't get owls. Thank you guys for the gifts. You were so sweet. And I never thought about it, but I remember my grandma and my mom telling me, when you hear the owl, because we're Native American, it's a harbinger of a messenger that there's going to be a death. Be prepared. And they don't like, my grandma and my mom, my family that were Native don't like owls because of it, because of what they learned. Hey, and I know it was in the back of my head, but I'm thinking, well, if that's the case, I mean, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm going on vacation. Maybe something will happen when I come back. I don't know. I didn't want to think too much about it. Well, I go on vacation and I'm here sitting, outside. And every morning I'm the first one waking up. I'm just outside getting some air, praying, meditating. Every time a little dove comes over, that same dove, and that little morning dove just sits on the ledge, start cooing at me, looking at me. And when I'm hearing that coo, I hear crying, and I'm feeling sorrow and I don't understand what's going on. I'm trying to have a happy time, but this little dove, I'm feeling something, and then I'm hearing it. It's crying. And so I'm trying not to think much of it. On vacation, I don't want to do readings. I just want to have fun, At the same time, I never seen a cardinal before. I've never seen a cardinal in real life. So every time my sister-in-law's dad would be outside, there'd be a cardinal around trying to get his attention. Well, his mom just died. And and it took me a second to figure out what's going on. I'm like, oh my God, that's your mom. She's visiting you. Because she would always be behind him or next to him, and just enough so he would look and then she'd fly away. It was always near him. Well, anyways, I come back to my hometown in Laurel, and I get my dogs from I hate talking because I get like all teary-eyed, so I'm sorry. But I get my dog from that kennel, and I think what happened was he was over stressed for his age, and so I brought him to the vet. My vet. Well, my vet, it was another vet. It wasn't my regular vet, and she was like, "Oh, he's gonna be okay. And if you have problems, take him to the emergency vet up here." So I took him to the emergency vet because he would just breathe, and he wasn't resting. He couldn't eat. So they kept him overnight. They did all these tests, and they gave him some food. They said he was eating. He was okay. I brought him home. It was the same thing again. And I said, what do I do? And she goes, just keep forcing these pills down his throat. He's going to be okay. And I had to, and it wasn't working. And that poor dog suffered all night. He couldn't rest. And I would wake up, and he'd be roaming around. Sorry. So he couldn't rest. So, sorry, give me a second. Anyway, I had to take him back, and I had to put him down. But what I'm trying to say is that pay attention to nature. When you get signs like that, there's somebody's trying to tell you something. Sorry, my heart goes out to that dog. I'm human, sorry. But I'm okay. Whew. I cry like you guys do. I do. I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you lose something like that, So, but my dog has visited me, so that gives me comfort. So I'm always grateful for that. But thank you. I'm okay. I get so emotional when I talk about things like this on here, and I don't want to be that way. I hate that. When I talk about somebody I love or something like that, and I start talking about the story, and then I start getting all moody and crying and stuff. Sorry, but yeah, just pay attention to nature. If it's trying to get your attention, there's a reason for it. Thank you guys for the gifts. What do falcons symbolize? That's a good question. I don't know much about falcons. Study them. Like, what do they do? I mean, are they like? I know they're protectors. They're fighters. I mean, Native Americans, we believe like certain birds are the messengers, like crows, eagles. Eagles are the biggest one for us, hawks and stuff like that. But I would probably say a falcon might be one of the ones up there. So yeah, it's a very powerful bird. Thank you. Do I see dogs in heaven? I don't know how to connect with them yet. Honestly, I haven't learned how to do that. Because how I connect with spirit is I always use their first and last name. I mean, maybe I need to practice it more, but I have seen your loved one, your sorry, their loved dog. So if I were to see your mom in heaven, and I'll ask her, I'm like, how many pets do you have? And she'll say like two dogs, or like two dogs and one cat, and I'll validate to the reader, and they think about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's exactly what she had. Or I'll tell the reader, well, there's a small dog that's white, and she's petting it, and I think it looks like a dog. It could be a small cat, because when I see a spirit, when I'm seeing things, it's like really quick, boom. I don't see him like right here where I can give detail. It's like boom, boom, boom. So I'm getting what I'm getting so quick. Sometimes I have to ask the spirit to give me more validation. So give me 1 second. Yes, the Rainbow Bridge. They do cross the Rainbow Bridge. If a bird is watching you through a window, I would say that's probably a loved one trying to get your attention, like that hawk was doing through my window. Kept trying to see what was trying to look for me. Sparrows keep coming. That means it's a loved one that likes to sing. He or she like to sing. Very talkative person. They bring the sparrows. Well, not. I know I have two dogs now. My older dog, he was 17 and a half. And he was also a Jack Russell. His name was Jake. Um, but he was the one that passed. He's on the other side now. That was just a hard time, just a hard time I was going through at that time. But I kept it inside, and I kept working because I didn't want to keep. I mean, I still mourn for that dog. I still miss him a lot. Lost two dogs in a year. I don't feel your pain. It's the hardest feeling. It's the worst feeling ever. Nobody understands that when you lose a pet. It breaks. Like there's a part of you. Like you, it's hard. So and I got two other dogs here, and they keep me going. They can't feel the love I had for him. I thought it would work, but it didn't work. But I still love them. They're still awesome dogs. I wish there was a cat person. I'm allergic to cats. Every time I go to a house where there's a cat, the cats always rub themselves up against me. And people say, "Now my cat doesn't like men. My cat doesn't get along with anybody." Cats always seem to love me though. I don't know if it's my energy or what's going on, but if I was a cat person, I would probably have cats. But I'm allergic to them. Thank you. Yeah, kid. One bird got hit in my window and died. Oh, it sucks. I'm sorry. I think when birds, I think when they when they run into windows and they get knocked out or they die, I'm wondering if they just see that reflection of the sky and then to the window and they hit it. And I think they don't understand. And then, that's what happens. I like all animals. Don't get me wrong. I do. I mean, if I'm in nature, I can be sitting there for like quietly for about 5 or 10 minutes. And all of a sudden I see stuff that get closer to me or something. I get that quite a bit too. But I'm in Montana, so I don't know if it's just me or just, how it is up here. Thank you. Her dog came to escort her husband home. I dreamt it right before it happened. I believe that. I do. I can't wait to see my dogs when I die. It's going to be an awesome feeling. I stay protected through spiritual baths every 2 weeks, like religion. There's nothing wrong with that. Cleaning your aura is really important, you guys. So, everybody's got an aura. We don't see it. Some people can see it better than I. I mean, if I'm really sitting there and I get to that point where I'm really zoned out, I guess what I call like in a trance state, whatever you call, when I'm training myself to get to that point. If I'm sitting there for a minute, then I can start picking up on auras. I can see the colors real on them. It's so crazy. And it's really important that we cleanse our auras, whether you smudge yourself, with sage, whether you take salt baths, whatever that is, you got to cleanse, make sure you cleanse that, because we're hugging people all the time. We're in groups with people. We're, especially me, I'm connecting with all kinds of spirits on the other side. I have to always make sure that, that I'm cleansed. I mean, it's like, I call it like spiritual hygiene. You got to clean that stuff off once in a while. Because if you don't, it'll attract other things around you as well. And it can affect your moods, your attitudes every day. Have you ever connected with someone? Have I not ever connected with someone? Yeah. And it's really rare when that happens. And I'll tell you why that happens. I was at a spiritual fair one time. There's my dog. I don't know if you can see him. He's a troublemaker. That one right there. I'll tell you that story. Remind me in a second. That dog right there. He's a trouble. The other one is a good dog. He's laying down. That one's always trouble. For a couple of weeks, there's been a baby rabbit out in my yard, and I've been trying to pull this rabbit out of his mouth like twice. So yesterday, he was outside. He wasn't barking. So I like, what is going on? I knew something was weird because I used to kept bringing that tiny baby rabbit and bringing it outside my fence and trying to encourage it to go. But that baby rabbit must have came back again. And that little butthead over there really messed with that rabbit. And that rabbit was suffering. When I took it out of its mouth, it was no hope for the rabbit. So I had to take it out of its misery. So yeah, I'm not. I told him, I go, you're not. You go. I told him he's in trouble. He's not getting any treats. They didn't give him no treats last night. Like, you can't kill baby rabbits. But I know it's his nature. I know it's his nature. You know, there's a rabbit that comes. So I have like it's a small house, and what is it called? Like a crawl space. So there's these little windows around my house. And then I think there's like a little hole somewhere where there's a mother rabbit that keeps going under there every year, and she has babies. And there used to be a cat that used to come through my yard and take the babies. So I think she's gone because my dogs chased her away. So now my dogs are taking the baby rabbits now. And I don't want to see that. So that kind of ruined my day. Thank you, Mandy. I don't want to do that to an animal. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to do that. But I knew I had to take the rabbit out of its misery. It's just, what was that? Somebody asked me a question here and I got distracted. I'm so sorry. What was that question now? I can't remember what he asked me. Oh, about crust. Okay, so yeah. So I was at a spirit fair one time and this lady comes sit next to me and she goes, I wonder if you can connect with my loved one. And I said, sit down. And she goes, I got to warn you. I've been to other mediums and they can't connect with them. And I'm like, well, maybe I can connect with your spirit guide. Let's find out what's going on. And I sat there with my pen and it wasn't moving. And it was like a void. And I sat there. And so I finally decided to connect with her spirit guide. I couldn't even connect with her spirit guide. It was so weird. I've never had that happen before. Like, she had this total thick shell around her. And so I connected with my spirit guide. And I'm like, what is going on with this lady? And he said that she had some kind of really bad trauma happen to her life when she was a kid. And because of that trauma, she walks around all the time with this really thick shell around her where nobody can get through her. And when I told her that, she validated that somebody did something bad to her as a kid. But she's like, how do I get this off of me? I mean, because I want to be open more. And I said, the best thing I'm going to tell you, and it's up to you. I'm not going to tell you have to do it, but you need to talk it out. You need therapy. And that's part of the healing. You need the therapy, because if you don't do the therapy, it's you're going to be like this for a long time. You're holding something, you're not dealing with it. So I don't know. Hopefully she went there and she got the therapy. But other times what happens is there are times where spirits get stuck on the earth plane, like I said, like ghosts, and they don't want to cross over because they don't want to be judged. They're stuck because they're attached to something or somebody. There's many reasons why some spirits don't cross over. So when a spirit doesn't cross over, I can't connect with them unless I'm in that room with them, because I only connect with people who've crossed over. I can't sit here and connect with somebody that's haunted in a house. It's impossible for me. I have to be in that area because we're earthbound, they're earthbound, if that makes sense. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you guys. Keep those taps going, please. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. I appreciate that on TikTok. On YouTube. Thank you. Thank you guys. Wow. Thank you guys for the gifts. You're so sweet. Thank you. Religion confuses me. They all say that they are the path to heaven. It's interesting. I wish I had brought my training book here. There's a part that that we're learning, and it's interesting because every time I read that book, I'm learning something. Thank you guys. The book, and it's true, the Bible conflicts against itself. And then so when there's God laws and there's man laws, and understand that Bible has been written so many damn times, it's getting misconstrued so many different ways, and so people hear it differently, and they read it differently. Like, for instance, the book about Sodom and Gomorrah. It's interesting, the people say, oh, it's about gay people. That's why God destroyed that land. It wasn't, because there's nothing in the Bible that said it was about gay people. What was going on is that it was Lot came through that land. Lot came through Sodom and Gomorrah with his daughters and everything. Those people came knocking on the door wanting to rape his daughters and those angels. The angels that were there, correct? If I'm getting that story right. And it's all about not treating your neighbors hospitality wise. I can't say the word. Even Jesus talks about, loving the biggest, commandment is to love your neighbors more than yourself. So well, there's just a lot of idolatry going on there, a lot of idol worshiping. That's what got God angry, And I see that in this country, and I'm not trying to be sun religious, or I'm not trying to get that way, but I see that in this country, and I'll tell you why. What the readings I get. I connect with my spirit guide. I said, "What is going on with all the shootings? Tell me what's going on." And he said, "What's going on in your country right now is there's a lack of empathy, a lack of sympathy, because your country does not help people with mental illness. It does not help people with addictions. Your country does not put enough money and effort to build clinics to stabilize these people to get them back to where they need to be. You have a lot of people with mental illness that walks around and they don't know where to go. Nobody's helping them. There's not enough help out there for them. So this is what happens. It's not the guns. It's not the laws. It's not looking in the background checks. It's not going to work. It's the lack of sympathy and empathy in your country. And this is going to be the downfall until people learn. We're going to keep seeing it until people learn, from the governments that we need to do something. We need to do something. That's why we see all the tent cities going on. A lot of these people will say, well, they deserve it. They chose that way. A lot of these people don't choose that way. It's a lot of it's mental illness. A lot of it's so much addiction they can't get out. So they get to that point. But let's go back to what about the Bible stuff and religion again. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I totally get that. You can't take the Bible word for word, is what I'm trying to say. There's so many. The Greek Bible was the closest to the real Bible, and there's another. I remember there was another Bible before that. But over time, people kept putting their own things in there, their own messages. One time, the Catholic Church was the only church. It used to be the only Christian church, and the only people that could have Bibles at the time were the priests. Nobody else could own a Bible, so anybody can write stuff in there to control people, and a lot of it was done. And when understand that when in the Bible, if there's fear, if it shows fear, if it shows like dividing, stuff like that, I kind of question that stuff. Is that my God? My God is always loving. He tells us we should be loving to each other, and unity, not dividing each other, calling each other dirty names, being mean to people. You can be a Christian, but you got to be a smart Christian. If you're going to be a fundamentalist, and no matter what religion you are, they're just the ones that just go from what they're being taught, in the Bible, or what the church tells them, and they believe it. There's, people don't do their own research a lot of times. We just don't. Even on Facebook, we see that many times. All these fake sites, the fake news, the fake sites, all this manipulation. We fall for it. And same with the Bible. So all it is control. And the government uses religion to control people as well. We've seen it. What is a fallen angel? A fallen angel is a demon. It's the God that looked away from God. It was an angel that turned itself away from God. And there's no redemption for them after that. They're doomed forever. That's what a fallen angel is. They deceive people. They lie to people. They divide people. Conquer and divide. That's what they do. There are no swear words in Native American language, and I find that great. Yeah, there is no swear words in the Native American country. Yeah, I totally agree. And all Native American language, understand that the Native American people, they were actually really peaceful people. They wanted peace. All they wanted to do was live off the land and be left alone, and just work amongst their own community. They were always hospitable. They allowed people to come in, and they worked with them. They traded with them. They fed them. They were good people. But you get Hollywood. And some of the history, whatever we're taught, they're making it look like these people were savages. They were out there always cutting people's scalps off. People believe that stuff. It's not true. The Native people were spiritual people. They knew the language. They knew how to connect with the Creator. I've told this people a million times. Because I am Native American. I believe this comes through me so strong. It runs in my bloodline. So people will say, well, I've had was it the Crow Reservation? I think it is. They don't believe in what I do, and that's fine. I totally understand that, and I'm okay with that. And if you don't want to believe, that's cool. But a lot of the medicine men and women back in the day were all mediums. All the shamans were mediums. So you're taking that away. I'm basically a medicine man, but with a different name in this society. If that makes sense. All we are is messengers. Hollywood is so bad; it's deceiving people. It's very deceiving. It lies to people. There's a lot of evil in Hollywood. People literally sell their souls just to be famous there. A lot of selfishness. Yes, I agree. My dog is behind me. I've had everything that we call a sin stems from being selfishness, and so if we want to make a sin of Sodom and Gomorrah, it would be selfishness. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Jacqueline. Yeah, yeah, you have a point with probably with you in August. I haven't checked my phone yet, but I'm sure you do. How do you know when they are real mediums? So I'm a real medium. All right. So if you guys want to know what a real medium is, and I've said this a million times, a real medium gives more free readings out than they get paid, and that's the truth. So like for me, I love giving my free readings. I do free readings over my radio, and I do free readings when I come back here at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. I'm always doing free readings. A good medium always gives validation. They anybody can tell you that your loved one's in heaven and then hurry up and change the subject. A real good medium always gives the validation. If they don't give validation, then they're not good mediums. If you're not sure, ask people. Check with people. But if you find a good medium, you stick with that person because really good ones are hard to find. There's so many fakes out there, charlatans. You'd be wasting your time and money. A good medium. There's so many different ways you can tell a good medium. Good mediums. The really good mediums I find are the fast talkers. Because I'm a fast talker. That's my ADHD. But Teresa Caputo, she's a fast talker. John Edwards is a fast talker. What is her name? Oh, Sylvia Brown was a fast talker. And I think it's just because that's how our brains are when they work through us. It comes right through us so quick. I don't know. I would, yes, some popular mediums charge 200 or 300 an hour. That's too much. That's too much. I don't think I'm going to get that far. Can you book a reading? Yeah, you can book a reading. So how you want to book a reading with me is, so you see where my bio is, where my cartoon is? There's like a link. Click that link and it'll take you to my new Facebook page. Message me there and I can schedule a reading with you. Do mediums always see the face of the disease? The face of the disease. I believe some might be able to. I don't know what that means. I mean, I can connect with the I have a medical medium and it's a female. And like when I broke my leg one time, I thought I was connecting with my spirit guide and it didn't feel like her. I'm like, who is this? And it was a female. I'm not going to say her name, but she came to me and she told me what I needed to do to take care of my leg, my foot, or whatever, to make it better. But I call on her sometimes when I'm dealing with people that have medical problems. And it's like I'm looking through her eyes. It's hard for me to explain how this works. So I'll see an image of that person's body, like a silhouette, but it's not like black. It's just like an outline of their body. And I can see a line going down, like it's being scanned, and it will stop. And then I'll see like something like big or something. Like, does that make sense? Like I'll see like a dark spot. And so I'll ask the person, I see something on your left side of your temple. What's going on? And she's like, oh my God, I just got, I just had like a tumor removed. Or as it's going down, one time I saw dots around this lady's breast. And I said, it's around your left breast or something. And she confirmed that she was going to go to the doctor and get a mammogram because she was worried about it. So that, I mean, there's times where I use her for that. And it's crazy because I'm not going to say I did that because it's not me, because that's all ego. She's helping me to see that, to deliver the message, if that makes sense. So a good medium doesn't do a lot of ego. Does that make sense? Ego will always run their reading. Like when the spirit's done talking, I'm done talking. I'll go to the next question to get validation. I won't sit there and say this is me, because none of this is for me. I'm just a messenger. I allow them to use me, my body, my voice, my brain, whatever they're doing, to deliver messages. That's all I am. I don't see myself as being better than anybody, because I'm not. Everybody's got different, skills, different passions. I wish I could be an artist sometimes. I wish I could be a better, I wish I can learn how to build houses or something. There's a lot of things I wish I could do, but it's not, but I realize this is what I got. But I got, and I love it because I love helping people. When I die, people are probably still gonna be talking about the reading they got, that's just cool. I make, when the spirit works through me, it's them doing it, but I like watching it. I like hearing it for me. And that's what keeps me, I think it's healing for me as well. And I learn a lot. Yes, thank you. I am humble. Thank you. I appreciate that, Sandy. Being humble is a secret a lot of mediums don't understand, because they always think it's them and they want to put themselves before, they want to say it's them. Thank you. And we've all seen those mediums before on TikTok in real life. That a medium's never going to, their readings are never going to be accurate if they're not humble. Does everyone have a spirit guide? Yes, we always have one main one, and we have other ones, family members that come and go. I'll call on the other day and she wanted 750 an hour. Holy criminy. Somebody on YouTube said that they called somebody for a reading and somebody wanted 750 an hour. That's stealing somebody. That's not cool. Lady, and I find this too really quick, you guys, unless they're a big celebrity medium up there. If they're not a celebrity medium and they're charging a lot for a reading, I wouldn't trust them. Their readings are probably not that accurate and they're just selfish. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. People tell me all the time, Paul, you should raise your rates. I'm not going to raise my rates for a long time if I have to, but I don't want to. This is perfect for right now. It's where it should be. I'm not selfish. I don't want to be greedy. Yeah, I could probably make $1 million doing this stuff if I want to, but I'm not that person. And I mean, I like being kept busy. I like doing readings. I don't want to do one reading for $750 and say I'm paying my rent and that's all I'm doing and be lazy all day. I'm not doing that. Hello, everybody. So like mine, like for me, it's like a half hour 65, an hour is 125, and that's pretty reasonable. People are like, no, you should bring it up. I won't do it. My dog's name, my one that was behind me, that's the Jack Russell. He likes to eat baby rabbits. He's that's that dog behind me. He's his name's Louie, and I got him when he was a baby. The other one, he's laying down. He's the rat terrier. He's the good dog. He's his name is Prince, and I never named him that. He acts like a prince. He's the good dog. He's always trying to make me happy. Never gets in trouble. It's that one that's always in trouble. So that the little one, he prances in the sand or the mud and the wetness outside. He doesn't like being outside very much. This one is like a hillbilly dog. He likes getting dirty. He likes getting digging. He likes all that stuff. Night and day with these two dogs. But they keep me busy. So I'm not doing free readings right now, you guys. I'm just answering regular questions. If you guys want to catch me when I do free readings, I do those on Monday on TikTok right now. I'm going to try to expand on my Facebook page too. Anyone? Thank you. Yeah, the other one's a bunny hunter, a baby bunny hunter. Yeah, he's a bad one. How do you tap in with your spirit guide? Connect with a good medium that knows how to connect with your spirit guide. Or if you want to do it yourself, it's a long process. I'm not going to lie. Everybody develops differently. A lot of meditation, and there's videos on YouTube that will probably tell you how to do it. And people get burnt out doing them every day and they quit doing them. But you got to keep doing it if you want it that bad. It's not easy. Connect with spirit guides. It's understand. It's us that want it that bad. But it's them, it's spirit that comes in. It's all about that. It's all about our patience with them. Thank you. Same with God. God doesn't answer our prayers right away. God does when he wants to do at the perfect time when he wants to do it. Spirit guides are the same way. They'll come to you when they want to come to you. They'll come to you when you want to connect with it that moment. They're not going to come to you right at that moment saying, I want to connect with you. If you want it that bad, it just takes everything up there takes time. It's all about patience. You teach or train, Paul? I would love to learn from you. Yeah, I do. I'm teaching somebody right now, a young 20-year-old kid right now. And he's doing pretty good he's connecting really good. So I only want to train people that have the medium, that have ability, that were born with that. If I teach you this and you don't have the mediumship abilities, you're going to spend a lot of money and a lot of time and you're going to get frustrated and you may or may not get it. I'll be real with you. It's the people that are usually born with that. And then how I can tell that is I'll connect with your spirit guide, and then they would tell me. But I don't want to take somebody's money unless I know for sure. That's just how I am, and I think it's wrong to do that to people. I've seen celebrity mediums on internet saying, "Well, I can teach you guys how to do mediumship readings," but not everybody's born to be a medium. Everybody's born to have psychic abilities. Not everybody's born to be a medium. So I just want to be real with people. How long have I been helping people? My whole life, honestly. If you're talking about how long have I been doing this kind of work, 7 or 8 years now. Yeah. But I've had this gift my entire life. I didn't understand it until I took that course, and now I'm able to help people. But I learned a lot on my own as well. No, I cannot read people. I'm sorry. She asked, can you read animals? No, I cannot read animals. I can read people, but not animals. What does it mean, a celebrity reading up there? I don't understand. Whatever, she's very famous here. So when you set up there, I don't know, but I was 750. I think, I don't know what she's saying. No, I cannot read animals. It's a spiritual development course. I don't have that book with me, but it's at my office. Thank you. You can probably type up a spiritual development course on here. Make sure that it's certified. Anybody can take a course and not get, and if it's not accredited, I wouldn't trust it. Make sure it's accredited and certified, or not. You're just gonna be wasting your money. Oh, I had a big imagination when I was a kid. I could play by myself with my toys and have the blast. I could play with my friends. I've always had an imagination. I was always spacing out, always looking outside, always getting in trouble. I was also ADHD, so yeah. How did you learn about your gift? I don't know. I've had it my entire life. Been haunted my entire life. Honestly, I don't know. My whole family has that gift. It runs in our blood. And the ones I used to hear stories from my aunts and my mom, my grandma about these scary stories, and I used to think, "Oh, that's crazy. You're just saying that to scare us." Well, I was having my own at the time, and I always have. So it makes sense. I just learned. I just had to branch out to understand it so I can help other people. Thank you, JC. How do you know if you're born with abilities? You're haunted your whole life. You just see them as a kid a lot. You're haunted a lot. You know things. You see things. Things are talking to you when you're a kid. Things you're seeing things you shouldn't be seeing. You're seeing things where nobody else is seeing stuff. You just know. You know. I am. Thank you. Yeah, it's inherited. So for me, it was like normal for me. It's hard for me to explain that because people don't. I think if I were to, if I think if I was in a lot of your guys' shoes and somebody told me that, it would be hard for me to understand that. Like, how is he seeing things and I can't understand where I can't see that or I can't feel it or see it or hear things? I don't know. I don't understand that either. It's all psychically stuff. I don't know. It's just the way I was born with that stuff. I wouldn't say I'm better. Like I said before, I'm not better than anybody. I mean, I've went through a lot of hell with that. I mean, a lot of mediums before people branch out later on as being mediums, a lot of us go through a lot of hell. We lose a lot of people that are around us, and we do. Um, and I think that teaches us a lesson. It teaches us to be more humble, and it's trying to teach us to be more sympathetic to people and understand that they just lost their mom, they just lost their soulmate, they just lost their best friend or their roommate. I understand that because I've been through that, and I'm more empathetic with that. And I read somewhere, I think it was that Chip Coffey, that medium that's on TV. He said that he goes, a lot of us mediums, people don't understand. We go through a lot of hell when we're kids. A lot of us we deal with a lot of things normal people don't see. Um, growing up the way I grew up wasn't very. I mean, it wasn't normal either. So I mean, I'm not proud. I don't talk about it very much. And it was something that I look back on sometimes, and me and my brother talk about it. He's the only one I usually talk to about because he understands it like I understand it. But we talk about it, and that's our way we heal. We just sit together, and it's just me and him. We talk about it, and it helps me, and I know it's helping him. But we go. I mean, I went through a lot of neglect, and I don't blame my mom. I don't blame her. Everything's forgiven. Um, for me, it was a lot of neglect. I think it was that. And I learned how to be a middle child. Like I was a middle child too, so I had to learn a lot. I had to be independent at a certain age. So if I were to ask my mom for money, she'd get mad and she would throw money at me because she'd say it was last dollar she had or something. But my brother and sister would always go for her for money before I would. They knew when to get to her. So I learned, well, then fine, then I'm going to start making my own money. So at age of 12 or 13, the summer jobs would come and I would get it. And that's what I started doing. I become very independent. But these things that have happened to me, though, I look back on that stuff because it wouldn't get me to where I'm at now. I could be a victim of all that stuff, all the bad things that have happened to me, or I can be a survivor and say, hey, this actually strengthened me. Look where I'm at now. I wouldn't be where I'm at. And so this is where I'm at now. But I don't do the self-pity too much. I look back at it more as a healing thing, and I just look like, I wouldn't be where I'm at. It sucks when you're the black sheep of the family. I get that. Anxiety is high. People as fake nowadays. Yeah, they are. You said celebrity spirits up there. Do you mean that they passed on, or I don't understand what you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Celebrity spirits up there. I'm not sure what that meant. I don't remember what I was saying. When you go out and about and you feel that something's going to happen or something you feel, you tell them, yeah. If you guys get visions, you get dreams, or you know something, you can't explain it, and and it's meant for somebody, tell them it. If they don't want to receive it, that's okay. That's not for you. If you hold that, that's your own ego. Say, hey, I got a message. I don't know if you're going to believe it, but I got something to tell you. If they don't believe it, at least it's in their head. So that way they're more cautious. So that maybe there's something that spirit guide is telling you to warn them because that you're open and they're not. So always be mindful of that. That's very important. Because sometimes people are like, well, I got a dream about that, to warn that person. I shouldn't tell them that. And the next thing you know, that person died in a car wreck, and it's going to be on you because you never told them that. And you feel guilty about it. It should never be that way, but I don't think that's the way God wants it. But God, sometimes we get messages that we need to share with people. Never for us. Even if it doesn't make sense, you give it to that person. There's a reason for it. It might save a life. You never know. And if it doesn't save a life, at least it's off your conscience. Describe the worst reading. Oh, I don't know. Oh my God. I don't know. For me, the worst readings are when the reader I'm doing a reading for is a narcissist. They'll test me in my reading, and I get so pissed off because I pick up on it really quick, and I'm trying to be professional. And so they'll sit there, and I know their spirit when I'm connected with the spirit guide. It's the reading is legit. They'll start off saying, "Well, maybe, I think so," and then the spirit guide will tell me, "Yeah, this is me." So I'm trying to get more information to deliver to them. And they're like, "Okay, yeah, it's them." And then they'll go back, "Well, I don't think so. My mom dyed her hair all the time. She was never a blonde." And then I'm like, "Well, did you look at your pictures when she was 20? Well, hold on. Oh yeah, her hair was that color." Stuff like that drives me up the effing wall. And it's, as a human, I get frustrated because I'm feeling the spirit guide or the spirit's getting frustrated. That's why I'm picking up on that, and I'm getting frustrated. And sometimes those spirits or the spirit guide will talk to me, and I can hear them saying that person's lying. That's BS. They'll tell me straight up. That person does that all the time. Be careful. They're here to take your money. That person's lying to you. And I get that. And then those kind of people, yeah. And it gets really bad towards the end because I get really frustrated, and I'll call them on it. And I go, it's your mom. Because one time, okay, for instance, I did a reading for a lady one time, and she knew it was her mom because I kept asking her, "Is this your mom?" I just want to make sure I get the validation right. Oh yeah, well yeah. Well, one thing wasn't right because the way her mom was dressed, she was dressed a certain different way that and she's like, "That's not my mom." And I said, "So everything else in this reading is your mom, but you're saying that how she's dressed is not your mom." "Oh no, that's not my mom." And then I hear the mom saying, "She knows it's me because she remembers me dressed in this way. She goes, be careful. She's gonna stick you and try to get you with take your money." And I heard her mom say that. I didn't say anything. And then she said something like trying to push me off of the reading. The reader was, and I heard. And so her mom says, and I told her, I go, "Your mom says you need to knock your shit off because it's her." And then the reader got really quiet. And then the reader starts chiming in again, like she just doesn't believe again. So at that point, I'm like, I'm done reading for you because you're talking ignorant to me. You're making threats to me. I don't want no business with you anymore. I go, I'm here delivering the message. You're being this way. I don't want to be with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. You're ignorant. Then I'll call them on their bullshit. Excuse my language. I will. And I don't care. If you're going to come at me, test me, and you're going to test the spirit, I'm going to call you on it. That's stupid. The reading's accurate. Spirits don't lie. And she knew it was the right reading. She's trying to stiff me. So what I did was I hung up the phone and I blocked her off my social media and off my phone right away because she was going to try to do something and I wasn't going to let her. And you get these kind of people, these personality disorders. I deal with a lot of people in here with mental illness, and that's fine when I do. And I get more respect from them than I get with people with the personality disorders. And trust me, I get them on the other side too, just as much as I get them on here. And I get really irritated because I can't deal with those kind of people. They test you. And I don't want to be tested. That's not me. You're not testing me. You're testing spirit. And when you're testing spirit, that might not always look good out for you in the long run. Hello, everybody just showing up. Thank you guys for coming. So if you guys want a private reading with me, under my bio, under the cartoon, there's a link. Click it, and it will take you to my new Facebook page. Message me there and let me know you want a private reading, and I'll set something up with you. I'm not booked out months ahead now because I'm trying to do stuff during the daytimes, so I'm not so booked up in the evenings. So if you're interested, please message me before I get booked up during the daytimes because it will probably end up happening. Yeah, it's just you get people, you get all kinds of people. I'm a pretty patient guy. I used to work at a jail for 19 and a half years. I mean, I dealt with all kinds of people. kids, all kinds of people. But those personality disorders, they always think they have something over you all the time. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mindy. Yeah. I don't get along with people with personality disorders, and I pick up on it. They'll always come up to me and be really fake to my face on here or in real life. And they'll try to that, what do you call that? Love bombing. They'll go, I want to be your best friend, wanting, this or that. Like I'm their best friend forever. And I don't even know this person. And they'll post it on pages and stuff like, oh, this and that, Polly, this and that. I'm like, I don't even know this person, but that's usually a red flag. It tells me be careful with that one. Because it's just how some of these people are. They're like that. They will not, they keep going and they just keep doing that. They'll just keep trying to, like they're jealous or something. I don't know. I've had people on here that put curses on me. That they literally have. And I find out through my spirit guide, you got a curse put on you. Or they don't really put a curse on me. My spirit guide will say, somebody was trying to put a curse on you, but you're not, the curse ain't working because you're with God. You pray all the time. You're always protected. So they keep trying to put this stuff on me because they're jealous of me. They're jealous of the gift that I have. And all they do, I'm not, and if they're doing card readings or whatever they're doing, that's cool. I'm not judging them. But if that's your anger and that's your jealousy over me, move on. I didn't do nothing to you. If you have that much hate over me, over my abilities, then there's something wrong with you up in your head. And yeah, witches. That's what it is. That's dark witchcraft stuff. And then, yeah, it doesn't work with me. Jacqueline Williams just messaged me on my new Facebook page, and I'll see. I don't have my. I'm sure if that date might be. I don't know. I can't promise you yet, but I have to look on my calendar to find out. So just message me and let me know, and I'll find out what I can do. Oh, here's something too, you guys. Yeah, curses are absolutely real. They are real. Generational curses are absolutely real because and you got a generational curses because your family has bad luck. They have, like, for instance, the Jeff Kennedy family. That's a generational curse right there. Look at all those people that have died in that family. And that's right there is a perfect example of a generational curse. Other generational curses could be like people. There's a lot of molestation in families. A lot of grandpas, uncles, cousins molesting people. That's a generational curse. Alcoholism could be that. Anger in a family. It just keeps going and going. It depends on who's putting that curse on the person too, Sometimes we curse ourselves, but sometimes it's people putting curses on people if we're not careful. And the only way to get rid of those generational curses is that you have your immediate family has to go to either your medicine man, your priest, your pastor, your rabbi, and talk to them about saying, I believe I have a generational curse. They'll say a quick prayer and understand that blessings remove curses, just like that. God is very powerful. So just like that, it should be gone. So it doesn't follow the next generation. I just, how do you break that curse? I just explained it. A quick blessing from a holy person can get rid of it. And that's absolutely true. And I think the Bible talks about that, about generational curses. So it's there. Curses are absolutely real. People that say they're not real, well, look around families. It happens. We see it all the time. Weird accidents, people getting murdered in families, always weird deaths. That's a generational curse right there. Like I said before, molestations, they keep going in families. There's another one. It's evil. All it is evil that's been put on onto these families, and it influences people to do stupid stuff or hurt people. Thank you guys for the gifts. Curses can also be put on people's, like, for their finances. It's horrible. Thank you guys. Once, and I've told this story before. One time I was thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate that. One time I was laying in bed one time, and I think it was like 12:30 at night, and that's when I had my older dog before he died. He couldn't hear very well. He would usually respond really quick. He's a barker, but he was at the end of the bed. My other dog, thank you, was up here, like my little rat terrier, and he only barks when there's something going on. And he's got really big ears, So I'm just getting ready to go to sleep, and all of a sudden, it wasn't my window in my bedroom. It was near my window, like right. What is that called? Like I know it was outside. It was that part right before the window. And I heard bam, 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 like that, really quick. Well, I jumped up, I grabbed my cell phone, and I checked on my, my camera outside. There was nobody out there. There was nobody out there. And yeah, it startled me. And that's what it wanted. It wanted me to be feared. It wanted me to go outside, and I didn't want to go outside because I knew if that was spiritual, it'd probably attach itself or follow me in my house. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So what I did, I connect with my spirit guide, and he warned me. He said, somebody doesn't like you. Someone put dark witchcraft on you. They, what was the word he used? It was like it wasn't, the word wasn't spell. It wasn't the word hex. It was like, it was, I can't remember the word, but I knew what he was talking about. They did like a little ceremony and conjured up this evil spirit to mess with me. And the spirit couldn't come into my house. Thank you guys. They couldn't come in my house because my house is protected. I protect my house I protect my house. So it couldn't come in. So all it could do was just scare me. And when I asked, no, it wasn't voodoo. So when I asked what, I said, who was it? And I don't get names very clearly, but he kept showing me a face. And I said, was this person from Great Falls, Montana? And he said, yeah. I knew who she was. So I saw her on my Facebook page, and I told her, I said, I know what you did, but here's the thing. I said, you mess with people that are with God and of the light. There's going to be a bad karma coming your way, girl, and it's not going to be good. And you don't know when it's going to happen. You thought by sending me that spirit in my house to try to scare me or to whatever your intention was, it's not going to work. But just coming to you is coming, and it's not going to be very good. You don't mess with people of the light. There's always a karma back for that. And then I blocked her. I wanted to let her know what's up because she knew what she did. I'm like, I'm not stupid. You put that stuff on me, I'll find out who you are, and I'll call you out. Yeah, I get people like that all the time jealous of me. And it's stupid. A lot of haters out there, guys. A lot of evil out there. What all do you do in your mediumship? So I just connect with people who've crossed over. I give you validation. I'll tell you important stuff that you need to hear. And I can connect with the spirit guides as well, if you want me to. Hey, everybody. Hi, Dadano. Hi, everybody. But yeah, it's how people are. And you guys got to be careful. Like if there are people that you work with, there are people, even family members who act like to be your friends. They'll buy you something. They'll get, like, for instance, they'll give you like a crystal or something. It's like, hey, I see that you're spiritually, maybe you should have a crystal, and they'll give this to you. Next thing you know, you're having so much crap going on around you, bad luck, or what was going on, you can't figure it out. You go to a good medium, they're going to tell you what's going on. Somebody gave you something. Somebody put a conjured something that's attached to that object, and now you're having crap going on because that's what they wanted. I've had stories where people will be walking into the woods and see like a really cool looking axe, a brand new axe or something that they're drawn to, like a sword or something, and they'll pick it up, not thinking. They touched it. What they do is when they touched it, that object was used in a dark witchcraft ceremony, devil worshiping, and they attach the spirit that's onto that energy onto that object. You attach that. If you're not wearing gloves, you touch that, it's going to come onto you, and then it's onto you. So you got to be careful when you see stuff you don't know about. Same with when you go into when you go into like places where they have used stuff like Goodwills and stuff like that. Makes if you're not sure if you're getting drawn to it, you don't know why. Maybe there's a reason for it. It's all that energy. But there's people out there that can deceive you just like that, though. I mean, they get jealous of you. They're going to be really nice to your face. Family members or whatever, you never know. They're sneaky. They're snakes. I'm talking about the dark witches. I'm not talking about the Wiccans or the white witches. I'm talking about the dark witches. Those are the ones I don't like. I don't get along with. They can stay away from me. I'm cool with I'm cool with all the white witches, the Wiccans, the people that are of the light. I'm cool with that. It's the people that do the dark stuff. Is what I'm saying. That bring the dark things around me or people I love or anything. I don't like that. It ain't gonna work with me. That's really sneaky. It's very passive aggressive. If you have an issue with me, then come to me. All these years I've been on here doing free readings or talking like this on here. I get all these people on here that say crap about me, but never can message me because they have an issue with me. They have to do it passive aggressive on here because they want people to follow them. They call themselves Christians too, and then they're sitting there judging me. Yeah, it's just Well, if you're a plain witch, I'm not judging you. I'm just talking about the people that use the dark stuff on people. That's what I'm saying. I'm not judging you. Don't take it personally. I mean, I don't know you, but I'm not judging you. I'm just saying the people that do that stuff, I won't want them around me. They can stay away because whatever they put on me is going to come right back on them. My spirit guide will tell me right away. And then he'll remind me, don't worry, he goes, there's going to be something coming back their way, and it's going to be really hard on them. There is one God of many names. I agree with that. God has many names. God is worshipped in many ways, in different religions, in different cultures. I think my God likes variety. If you think about it, look at all our skin colors. Look at all the culture out there. Look at the fish. There's so many different kinds of flowers out there. So many different fish, different religions. My God likes variety, and it's obvious when we look around. I believe my God has different names. My God, has different ways to be worshipped. And it's you just look around, you know that. All right, thanks, Jacqueline. Yeah, I don't. When you're putting curses or spells on somebody, and you're using incantations or you're conjuring something that's really evil onto somebody, that's not of God. That's not of the light. That's not of what nature. It's something dark, evil, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I don't want it around me. And those kind of people that do that kind of stuff have control issues, and I often wonder if they have a personality disorder because they can't confront the person like a normal person when they have an issue. They do stuff sneaky behind your back, and they think it's cute and they think it's funny, and it's all dark and evil. If you're going to put something on me that's going to try to control me, that's going to try to affect me or hurt me spiritually, mentally, or influence me, whatever it is, it's going to come back, and it's not cool to do that to people. You tell people we all go to Walmart, but let's kind of cool. Let me see what she says. I tell people we all go to Walmart, but don't take the same roads. I like that. Very, very true. And when I was I'm a Catholic. I don't talk about my religion here often, but I had a priest, and this priest was pretty cool. I remember one time he was talking about I think it was gay people, and it just and it boom, because at the time when I was younger, that was like taboo. So I wanted to listen, but he was a really cool guy. He was very loving. So he was talking about, he goes, God doesn't want, if you ever look, and how he put it, and that makes sense. He goes, God doesn't like things alone. He likes things in twos or like in groups. So if you ever look like on a mountaintop, maybe you'll see one flower, but usually you'll see a lot together, like they're always together. God always finds a way of keeping, his creations together. Like everybody should be together. We should be uniting, helping each other out. We should be loving each other, not judging each other. You should never be alone. For some reason that always stuck with me, and it makes sense to me. We all should be helping each other out. We shouldn't be dividing people. We shouldn't be hating on people or judging people. Yes, flowers need bees. Exactly. We all need. It's all connected somehow. Do some spirits not want to be connected? Yeah, they do. I've had, in heaven there's a different knowledge. So when I do connect with spirits in heaven, a lot of times, I do connect with a lot of them, but there are times really that happen like 3 or 4 times where a spirit will say, I don't want to connect with that person because I didn't believe in that. My religion they believed that when they were alive, and they took that belief with them even to heaven. And I'm not going to sit there and argue with the spirit in heaven about it because they've got different knowledge, and I'm cool with that. That's what they want to believe. But I'll tell the reader, well, your dad sounds like he's a religious guy, or he just didn't believe in it. I'm like, oh my God, he didn't. I'm like, well then I'm like, well, why did you want me to connect with him? Because he just validated that. And he goes, he said he loved you, but he doesn't want to talk to me because he doesn't believe in what I do. So it's funny stuff, and it does happen. I get those kind of readings once in a great while. It's not very often. I think maybe 3 or 4 times I've gotten that. Hello, Kathy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Love, light, peace. I appreciate that. That's why I don't get solitary confinement. To me, it's inhumane. I agree. And you know what? My biggest thing, like my spirit guide said, is that and I used to work in a youth jail. We had that solitary confinement, and I know it affected those kids. But a lot of us would spend time with those kids, play cards with them through the door, go talk to them a little bit as much as we can, because I know what it feels like when you're stuck like that. It messes with you. You can read all you want, you can sleep all you want, but that doesn't help you. So we need people. We need people. Like my spirit guide once, like I said before, we need more mental health help in this world. We're not getting it. We're not getting the clinics. We're not getting the hospitals. We're not getting the staff that want to help. And that's what's affecting. That's why we're seeing so many gun shootings and so many tent cities and all the craziness that's going on. We reap what we sow. Or sorry, so we sow what we reap, if that makes sense. Sorry, I've got that wrong way. That's what he tells me. And it's true. This is what we're seeing, is what we put out. And it's sad that this is becoming the new normal. And it shouldn't be the new normal. When Jesus said his last commandment was to love thy neighbor more than yourself, even in the Old Testament with Sodom and Gomorrah, when they wanted to rape Lot's daughters or the angels. I mean, come on. Hi, Linda. You know, God knows more than we do. And we're all so dead to it. We don't see it. There's so much narcissism on. You look on TikTok, look around us. I see it all the time. I'll go help somebody not ask for anything in payment. And sometimes I don't get a thank you. It's like, what was that? It doesn't make me not want to keep doing it, but it frustrates me. Hi, Katie. Welcome. I think we're starting to see more and more of it than we used to. Honestly, there's less, and it sounds just like I'm being churchy, and I'm not trying to be, but you see less love here. We should be. Hello, Jolene, or well, Jolene. Hello, Jolene. Hi, Katie. We see less love here, and we see a lot of narcissism, a lot of point fingers, a lot of blaming, a lot of political divide, and it just keeps rolling and rolling, and more people are hating each other, getting mad at each other, blaming each other. Families, friends being torn apart. It gets awful. Come on. What is CERN? I don't know what CERN is. You can believe in Jesus and not go to a church, but like a lot of times what a spirit guide will tell me, if somebody's not close to God, they'll say, you need to go to your church. You don't have to go regularly, just enough to feel that his presence to get you like a jump start. And when you start kind of losing that flame again, it's a reminder to go back to feel that again and get back with God. Start making that a habit of praying to him, praying about the world, praying for strangers, praying for yourself, make it a habit. Pray for your family. There's nothing wrong about praying for yourself. God wants to hear what's going on. He knows, but he wants to hear. He's your dad. The creator is your dad. It is a scary world we live in. It's a horrible thing. And we're going to keep seeing more children being shot up, more people in public places being shot up. And it's like our own terrorism. Our own country with their own terrorism. This is what terrorists do, but they don't call it terrorism. It's evil. Demons. I'll tell you one thing. These people, and my belief is a lot of these people become demonic, possessed. Honestly, they do. Demons are spiritual terrorists. They want to terrorize us. They want to keep us separate. They want to divide us. They want us in fear. They want us to. They want the news to keep showing that crap. They want us to keep thinking we should never go to public places. We never bring our kids to school. I've seen demonic stuff. It's out there. It's not always the mental illness. It becomes mental illness when they don't get the help they need, and these things jump into them. You think that when somebody's possessed, you think you watch the Linda Blair on The Exorcist. It's not always that way. People who are narcissists are possessed. They got two spirits in them. One's called the Jezebel spirit. One's the normal spirit. I get that from my spirit guide. It's true. And if you don't believe me, you want to test one of those Jezebel spirits out. All you have to do is call them a narcissist, call them out on their shit, and watch their eyes. Excuse my language. Watch their eyes change. Feel the energy in the room change. That's not normal. That's spiritual. There's demonic stuff going on. But if you do call them out on it, make sure you're protecting yourself, because they hate anybody that knows their stuff. They want revenge and they want death. They want you dead. So be careful with that stuff. It's out there. Yes, the devil is building a bigger army. I totally get that. It's going to keep happening. And that's what saddens me when I heard that message. Is he said it's going to keep happening until both parties start working together and learning this is what's going on, because background checks ain't working, are not going to work. Gun restrictions are not going to work. The only thing that's going to work is our compassion to give mental health people more money, to get everybody. Not, I mean, that can, I mean, even if you can't afford it, it should be for everybody. The people in tent cities, the people who mental illness that can't get the help they need. All they need is to be stabilized, and somebody to help them, to get through. Yeah, there's some people that don't want the help. That's fine. It's not going to be the answer to everything, but at least it's going to solve a lot of what's going on in this world, a lot of the evil. Besides people not connecting with the creator, unfortunately. They did say in the Bible that the devil will have 7 years on earth to do his destruction. I believe that. I do. Absolutely. Thank you. People assume that the devil is like has powers like God. He's not. All he is a fallen angel. That's all he was. And he's just a lot of manipulation of lies. He has his other demons do his work for him. Just like a narcissist, she'll sit there and have her little flying monkeys do all her work while she sits there and lies and says it's not her. Narcissists like to hide in the dark. So does the demonic. You expose them, they get pissed. You expose a demon, they'll get pissed. You expose a narcissist, they'll get pissed. It's demonic. Watch, like I said before, feel the energy change in the room. It's going to feel like void. It's going to feel like you've been drained of energy. There's something not right. That's not mental illness. They know certain stuff. Their knowledge is different than ours. The way they talk. They sympathize with other narcissists. I don't know if you guys noticed that. They'll stick up for the narcissistic people. And that's the creepy thing about it. They'll stand up for them. It's good and evil. And if we don't pay attention, you're going to be snared right in with the rest of us. And it's hard to get away from those people. She did a detachment bath from her ex. I hope that worked for you. These people are evil. Whatever works, do it. They're sick. They're sick people. I'm starting to wonder sometimes if we are getting closer to the end times. I asked my spirit guide. He said nobody knows the end times, but he says we're slowly going into that direction. And I don't know if it's going to be in my time. I don't know when it's going to be. Nobody knows, but there's something coming. We, like I said, like my spirit guide said before, we reap what we sow, and we're seeing that right now. I had to tell my daughter that she is an empath too. I was taught to feel the change from room to room at works. Yeah, if you're an empath, you feel everything. You feel people's energy, everything around you. Hello, Lori. Hello, everybody just showing up. Thank you. Keep those taps going. I appreciate that. That's why I try coming on here, you guys, to talk like this stuff sometimes, because I know some people will try to ask me these questions when I'm doing readings. And if I stop to think when I'm doing readings, I get migraines. I literally will, or it'll mess up my reading. So I try to do these in between once in a while, because I think, people have questions. They need to know what's going on. They need some answers or something. I'll just tell them what I know, or what I've been taught, or what Spirit Guide says. Lori, I kind of feel what you're saying. She says that she believes that it's the beginning of the end times since the Iraq War. I kind of felt that way since 9/11 when I saw that, when those planes hit the World Trade Center. That moment, I felt things in this world changed from that one. Like, there was a big dramatic shift somewhere, and I felt that from that day on. And I've told people that there's something after that point, we're no longer safe. There's something evil that just came through, and now we're all going to get screwed somehow, and we're getting there. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but we're seeing things like that. We just got to be alert. And until, I'm not trying to scare you guys, but always know, like, if you're in a crowded place, just know where there's an exit spot. You know what I'm saying? Look around and just know where your kids are at. Because if something happens like that, where there's this deranged shooter somewhere, an evil possessed shooter, I like to call him, where you know where your kids are at. I'm not trying to say, be overprotective, but there's times like you don't know. Nobody knew at that school they were going to get shot in those schools. Any of those schools, none of those kids or teachers knew. Nobody knew in those groups, and nobody knew. I believe in purgatory. Yes, my the training I got told me there's earth and there's 3 levels above that, and then there's 3 lower realms below that. And there have been times where I accidentally have connected with spirit who have been in purgatory, and I shut that down right away. But yeah, there's a purgatory. Is all temperature change demonic? Don't feel bad. Is all. I don't know. I wouldn't say not all is demonic. I mean, you know it's demonic if it's negative. If you're in a room and it starts feeling like there's a void feeling, and you know what I'm talking about, that's usually a demonic. If you feel like your energy has just been taken away from you for no reason, that could be demonic. You know if it's evil just by the presence. You can feel the energy if you're sensitive. You know. You can walk into a house, and if you're sensitive, you can tell different energies. If it's an earthbound spirit that needs to be crossed over, you can tell if it's demonic. Demonic stuff is rare, but it's out there. You just know the energy. But I still connect with my spirit guide because I want to make sure I'm getting the reading right. What is my definition of purgatory? It's not my definition. It's what I've been told and what I've been read about. So there's 3 levels. There's 3 lower levels. So each lower level gets colder and darker, where it get lonelier and people screaming and nobody can. It's really horrible. So the top one is where I believe that God starts having mercy for you if you learn to change. He gives you one more chance. And if you don't change what you're supposed to do or whatever the situation is, and if you want to be stuck to where you're at, then you choose to be stuck there. Just like we're stuck here. We choose what our level of spirituality with the Creator. If you don't believe in God, I don't, in my opinion, I'm going to be real with you. My spirit guide said the same thing. How my spirit guide said, he goes, why would God allow a stranger into his house? Why would you allow a stranger into your house if you don't know him? So that means that if you're not having that relationship with God, why would he want you in his kingdom? If that makes sense. I don't know where their spirits go. I didn't ask that question. I don't want to know, because God's different. He has mercy on a lot of people. Maybe some people go to heaven. I don't know. I don't want to be that spirit guy. The medium that says that. It's like this, it's like that, because I don't know God's ways. I'm being told what I was told. Yeah, if people give you bad vibes, definitely, totally trust your gut. Totally. I've seen people come to visit, talk to me in my face, and I could feel the evil coming off of them, or I can feel that there's something's giving me a heads up to warn people around me, or just be careful with that one. And I do, and I tell people, and eventually the truth comes out. People, their actions will speak louder than their words, and that's how you know. Well, thank you, Risky. I appreciate that. Tell it like it is. Yes. Yeah, you can always tell. Sometimes you can tell people by their eyes. Sometimes you can't. Some of these narcissists get really sneaky about it. But I'll tell you what: when they don't get their way, their eyes become glossy red or black. That's when the energy shifts in the room. That's not normal. That's not mental illness. That's demonic stuff. And people can argue with me and say, "Well, that's a spirit." What do they call it? That's a personality change or something. Personality thing. Well, yeah, call it what it is. If it feels like it's dark, if you feel like if it's evil, then it's evil. Call it like a duck. If it's a duck, it's a duck. And I don't mind calling them out. People like, well, you should never call it a narcissist. It's dangerous. So we're going to keep so everybody needs to be quiet about the narcissist so they can keep doing more damage and evil to people. No, I'm not going to be that one. I'll call them out. I'll call out their names and I'll tell people about it. I don't care. And, I'll be the whistleblower. I don't give a F. I really don't. Darkness, I'm going to shine the light on any darkness that's around me. You want to put darkness on me, I'll shine that on you too. That's how I am. Oh, CERN is a portal or another dimension? I have to look into that. I don't know what that is, but thank you. I don't know. I have to look into that. I never heard of that. It might be in my teachings, but I'm not sure. I'll look into that though. So if I don't preach, you think God won't accept me because I'm a stranger? No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying what I've been told. All I'm saying is that if people don't believe in him, why would God want you in his kingdom? Why would I want you in my house if I don't know who you are? Does that make sense? That's how my spirit guide said. Why would you allow a stranger in your house if you don't know who they are? Why? You wouldn't. My link isn't broken, but I get that once in a while. I don't know what goes on Facebook. That link is still on there. Hold on, I'm gonna have to figure out how that works. Hold on, let me see if I can try something here. Give me 1 second, okay? I don't know. Maybe it is broken. I got to write it down again. So frustrating with Facebook. Give me 1 second. So if you're looking for, if you guys want to find out where I'm at, I would suggest look for Big Sky Medium that has 1,500 people. Do not go to the one with over 3,000 because that was the one I got hacked and I can't get on. And I don't know why Facebook still leaves it on there. It's frustrating. But I'm trying to find on here really quick how to do that. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the link on here. Give me 1 second, you guys. All right, you guys still there? All right, sorry, I don't know what happened there. All right. There you go. There's my link. I don't know if it came up or not. Oh, no, my dog's behind me. Yeah, I just got disconnected from TikTok by accident. Hi, Kendra. Thank you. Oh, this dog wants to go outside. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna bring my dogs outside. They're gonna start all crazy. But give me 1 second. Sorry if my house is messy behind me. Yeah, see all that stuff on the ground? Yeah, it's my dogs. All right, come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. I'm back. You guys give me a second. I'm gonna come off here for a second. I'm gonna see if I can put that link back on. Maybe it's a new link I gotta post on. Hold on 1 second, okay? Hold on. I'll be right back. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out how to work this really quick. So now Dorothy's got to go on the whole ass. So I'm not doing readings right now. I do those on Sundays on my TikTok. I'm trying to get my Facebook page back up again, my new one, so I can start doing that. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this here. So give me 1 second. I'm on TikTok as live as well, so I'm trying to figure out how to put this back on here again. So I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. But if you follow me on my TikTok, I'm doing those free readings. I do those over the radio, and I also do them at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. But pretty soon, I'm going to start doing those on my new Facebook page. So I just give me some time here, and I'll definitely work on that. Do you do free readings on YouTube? I haven't started doing that. Maybe I should start doing that, like when I do my TikTok readings. I wonder if that might work too. I was thinking about that. Maybe do those like when I'm on here, but also on there. But as long as I get people's real names on here, I may be able to do it that way. I haven't decided yet how I should do that though, because I need more followers. I think on here too to get that going. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. What about the mass shootings that just happened in Illinois in Highland Park on July 4th? I think that's all mental illness. I don't like my spirit guide tells me we're going to keep seeing more mass shootings and school shootings until this country starts learning to be empathetic and sympathetic to each other. We're going to start seeing more tent cities because they're not putting enough money into our country for helping people to stabilize them, and that means that this is we sow what we I mean we reap what we sow. Yeah, and yeah, it should be effective for everybody. And I think the Congress is part of the blame. I wouldn't say the president. The Congress needs to stop dividing itself. And like who's Republican and who's Democrat and who's right or wrong. It's not about that. It's about the health of the country, and it's affecting everybody. And it's horrible to see that. So I'm trying to. I can't find. I don't know if you guys are TikTok savvy, but you know where that part where you can put the link yet? Well, I have a link there with my old Big Sky Medium, but I got to put the new link on there because it's broken and I can't remember how to go to that to find it. So I get back on here. I don't know if you guys are. It's difficult. Mental health, not easy, as one thinks. Health insurance, yeah, they all got something's not working, and it has to do with the mental illness. Like this country needs to put more funding into that. That's what I keep getting. Because it's my spirit guide said it's going to keep happening. Like the laws, the background checks ain't going to change it. It's going to keep happening until we start doing that. So give me a second, you guys. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. I gotta post that where I have my old link at, and I can't find it. So I'm just trying to figure out where this is at so I can continue to go. It's frustrating because I can't figure it out. Well, thank you guys for popping in. But I can answer questions here until I can figure this out. You guys, any of you guys know how to do that? Under my bio where it has that Facebook account that's broken. I need to know how to get to change that, and I can't remember where to find it though. If you guys are aware of it. I thought it was in the tool section, but I don't know. So on my TikTok, there's where my bio is, my picture, and then under it there's that link where it says it takes you to my Big Sky Medium, and I can't find how to change that. And I've been looking, and I can't remember where to find it at though. But maybe I did. All right, I got it. Never mind. I think I found it. You guys are good. I'm gonna see something if it works though. I keep saying it's broken. I don't understand that. I hate stuff like this where you try to figure stuff out and it's so frustrating at times. You're just trying to. Yeah, my house looks. Yeah, I like I wish there was a background thing in the back here, but yeah, my house kind of looks messy back in the picture here. It is kind of messy. That's one thing I wish there was a background thing on there. My Facebook link then on my new one. So I'm going to try a different way of putting it on here. Maybe it will work. Let's see. They make it so hard instead of I used to copy and paste it. Maybe that might be the problem. Because a lot of people keep saying that that link is broken. So, and then I tried it. It really is broken. It's just frustrating. So I'm like, ah. So I guess got to type it out now, and hopefully that it's easier for people to get on. I pushed everything away because of how scary it was as a child. I used to see people I don't know. Now I know when they're around, but I don't see them. Is there a way to get that back? Meditation. Check your spiritual life. Is like, are you? I mean, I'm not trying to sound like it's like I'm religious. Sometimes that's a big thing, because our gifts are coming from God, the Creator. Make sure your spiritual side is good with God. That's the first thing I would say. And the second thing I would say with that is meditation. And check, if you know how to check your chakras, make sure that they're all working. And if you know how to use the pendulum, use those over your chakras. And if one's not working right, um, either a lot of meditation or go to a Reiki master so they can open that up for you. That might be part of that. You're welcome. That's usually what happens. Sometimes it could also be because if you had some trauma in your life, or if you're mourning over somebody, that can also block some of that out as well. And journaling that stuff every day until you start healing and forgiving or whatever that is that you're not holding, that might help a little bit. I'm sensitive. I can sense things, but I don't always understand them. Sometimes it's clear as a day, and other times it just feels like a feeling that I can't quite explain. I think like the whole thing, a lot of times a lot of it's just us meditating. And I think when we meditate and we're open to things, maybe things become clearer to us. When we start overthinking, it can block what the real message is that we're supposed to be getting, if that makes sense to you. So try to clear your mind if you can. Try to clear it out more and just try to be open and see what the messages are. um, Meditation is the big one, I'd say. This thing is so frustrating to do. You're welcome. You have a few of them. I have them all open now. What's the picture? I'm confused. What does that mean? You have a few of them. I have them all now open. What's the picture? I'm not sure what that means. I'm confused. I'm not sure. Oh, of my Facebook pages. That's what you're saying. So I'm trying to find the link to the one I'm on now. And I'm trying to on here try to find it so I can post the one on there, because the one on TikTok keeps saying it's broken, but I know that was the regular link, so I don't know if TikTok's not allowing people to go on Facebook. I don't know. But I'm gonna try something to see if that's the case. Because if that is, that's really frustrating. And you know what else is frustrating? I got two Facebook pages that have Big Sky Medium, and Facebook never took down my old one that was hacked. And who knows? There's probably another guy on here trying to pretend to be on here. There's always somebody in here who's always trying to pretend to be me. So that's frustrating too. And I know these people have. I mean, these companies have all this money, but they don't want to help people. I mean, they don't want to help people so they don't get hacked or people making their pages after them. Oh yeah, I think the real page of mine is the one that has 1,500 people. That's my new one. The other one that has over 30,000. That's the one that's been blocked on. I can't get on. Can you guys do me a favor really quick? I just posted that link. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't. I hate this. Okay, there it is. So I don't know if you can see it. That was backwards, but you see that part right here? Hold on. You see that part where that link is? That right here? Um, I can't really. Right there. Can you guys, somebody click that and see if that goes to my new page, please? It says Facebook. Somebody's trying to call me. Right there. I don't know if you can see it. I'm sorry. Can somebody check that for me, please, and see if that works? That's hard to explain. For example, when we bought our house, I knew someone had passed away there as soon as I stepped on the porch, but I couldn't say it was a male or female or how long ago. Yeah, that's kind of stuff that when I go into a house, that's when I usually connect with my spirit guide because I know that that stuff isn't going to always come to me a lot of times unless the spirit guide is working with me. So I always connect with my spirit guide for those kind of questions. Yeah, thank you. The one on TikTok, I just posted it. I just want to make sure if somebody clicks if it goes to my Facebook page because before it kept saying that it was broken. I just want to make sure this is working. I appreciate that. Oh, cool. So it does work. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll get back on TikTok then for a little bit if you guys want to join me there too. So I'm just going to get back on there and just tell people to try that and that should work now. I don't know what was going on with the last time. Thank you for checking that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My dog inside really quick and then I'll come right back. Friday's outside. Okay. All right, hey guys, I'm back. Sorry. So what I did, it took me a moment to figure out what was going on. My face the thing kind of shut down, and then um, I went to go fix the Facebook thing link on here, and I think I fixed it because people on YouTube, I redid it again, and they told me that it works. So if you guys want to connect with me on my YouTube page, it should be up and working now. Hello, Evelyn. Thank you guys for the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you for the taps too, by the way. I can't seem to get there to message you. Could you send an email that direct? So Sue, are you on? I'm wondering if you're on Facebook. It says somebody's coming over and they show up. Are you saying on YouTube also, or oh, I was just talking about on TikTok. I got the link fixed, I believe. My day is good. How's your guys's? Thank you guys for coming back. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So my I got that Facebook account fixed, you guys. So if you guys want to click on it, like and follow my page or message me if you want a private reading, it should be working now. Thank you. I'll post it on here really quick too. I think it's still on here. It's under my bio, but if not, it's right there. I'm still on Facebook and I'm on TikTok and I'm also on YouTube. Hello, Anne. Am I heading for Folk Festival? No, I missed it this year. That's the one in Butte 110. It's really big. No, I want to go back though. Hello, Angie. Hello, Annie. Hello, everybody just showing up. Thank you guys. Please keep the taps going. I appreciate that. I'm just here just talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm not doing free readings though. I do this. So like I said, and the reason I do that is because it's hard for me to focus in on the question when I'm doing readings because I get migraines or I get distracted. So that's why I stop in here and do these regular questions and just regular talk. Hello from Southern Indiana, Jules. Welcome. I'm also like right now I'm also on YouTube. Yeah, if you guys want a private reading with me, all you have to do is message me under my bio. I got it fixed now. Click it, and I'll go to my new Facebook page. Message me there. Well, thank you, Brett. I appreciate that. I hope to see you there. I think Sydney's from Washington. So a half hour, 65, an hour is 125. And you don't have to wait months ahead because I'm going to start doing readings during the daytime for people that want daytime readings instead of evening readings. So I can get you probably in within a week or so if you're interested. I appreciate that. Thanks, Bramar. Welcome, Miriam from Brooklyn. I appreciate that. Thanks for validating that, Bramar. Jeff, you want to know what the dead said about you? They're saying that you're bored and you want to be stupid and you're going to get blocked. That's what it said. So, what do you guys want to talk about now? I'm an open book right now. Hello, Kim. Have you ever just read for someone because of spirit? Is that strong? I've been in places where spirits will jump like right here and I can see them and they want me to connect with somebody in public, and I've done that. Yeah. Everything was spot on about the description of my family members, and it was amazing. Thank you, Bramar, for validating that. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for following me. I do a lot of free readings on Sundays. So I do free readings over the radio show on TikTok, and I give that number out so people can call me through TikTok. And at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, I do free readings on here as well. So make sure you guys follow me. I'm always doing free readings. If you haven't followed me, follow me, and you'll see that I'm legit. Watch my videos. If you want a private reading with me, under my bio, I just got it fixed. Click on it. It'll take you to my new page. Like and follow me there. Message me there because I'm going to start doing free readings on there as well. You never see or hear from any spirit? Why? I don't know. Some people are just closed off. I don't know until I do a reading. That's the only way I would know. Will the girl that killed my son get life? I don't know. I'm not doing readings right now. I'm sorry. You have to schedule a reading with me. I'm not set up to do readings right now. I'm just answering questions. I come for a very clairvoyant, oops, it's going quick, clairvoyant family, whoever they haven't come to me as themselves. Oh, that's kind of, I don't know how to take that. If you come from a clairvoyant family and they haven't come to you as themselves, I don't know if that's your subconscious or if that's somebody messing with you in your dreams, if that makes sense, while you're sleeping. Hello, Jeremy from Tazewell, Virginia. Hello, Crafty. Everybody's showing up. Thank you. I'd love to know if my dead twins hang around me. You'll know if they're around you. Talk to them. Every time we think of them, talk to them or talk about them, they're always with us. Remember that. There's a truth behind that. What religion do you practice? Well, I don't know if it matters what religion I practice, to be honest with you. I don't put my religion when I talk about on here. I only, when I'm usually doing readings, I go with what the spirit guide or the spirit tells me. But I am a Catholic. I'm not a practicing Catholic. I do go to connect with God when I need to. I'm also Native American. I follow that culture very well because I know I know for me that works for me. I believe anything that's of the light, any religion, any culture that's of the light, I believe in it. If it's not of the light, then I stay away from it. I don't deal with occult stuff. I don't deal with black magic stuff. I don't deal with any of that dark crap. My gift is, my vibration is always up here. It's where I always connect with. I'm good. How are you guys doing? Thank you guys for following me. Yes, I'm a Pisces. I'm a water sign. Thank you for the gifts. Hello, all the new people. Welcome. How can I explain my gift? That's a good question, and I don't have that paper. So, shoot, it's not here. So I'm gonna tell you how I do it. If you guys watch my videos, I have a paper and a pen. Okay. I don't have it with me. I don't want to. It's on the other side of the room. So, anyways, what I'll do is you'll see me looking around, and you hear scribbling. What I got, I'm a trance medium. There's different kinds of mediumship out there. So people who are born as a trance medium can do this. So what I'll do is, and I go through a partial trance. And if you think of the pen as being like the needle on the record, that's how I get my messages. It goes right through. It's all about energy. I'm able to see things. I'm able to hear things and feel them. And I'm able to give you validation that I'll tell you what your loved one looks like on the other side. I'll tell you things that only you two would know. And that's how I do that. And if you watch my videos, you'll see how I do that on my page. And I just what I do, and I'll give validation. Is there any bad side effect on being a clairvoyant? Any gift that you have can be looked at as either a positive or a negative. Like it could be a curse or it can also be a blessing. So it's up to the reader. It's up to the receiver. Does that make sense? It's just how you look at it. It could be annoying sometimes, or it could be frustrating, or it could be a gift that it's good that you're helping other people with it. Can a spirit come through and make you very dizzy? Yes. Wisely, that's a good question. Wisely Divine asked that question. Can a spirit come through to make me very dizzy? In fact, that has happened to me last week. And I'll tell you, I was at my sister's, she works at a casino in Butte, Montana. She called me over there. And this is the story. This was last week, in fact. And she told me there was stuff going on around there. There's things moving around, kind of like poltergeist stuff. So I said, don't tell me anything. Let me walk around. Let me feel what's going on. So I went down. I was getting drawn to walk down to the basement. And in the basement, I walked into a heavy energy, and I kind of got pushed back. And I knew something was there. And I knew it was a male. And the energy I felt, I knew it was a death energy, but it wasn't an angry energy at the moment. But I knew it was later on it was going to get that way. So I connected with him. I did my automatic writing, and I said, who is this? What's your name? And I kept getting the word Jackson. And I said, I don't know if your name is Jackson, but I keep getting the word Jackson. So I'm going to call you Jackson. I don't know if that's your name is Mr. Jackson or your name is Jackson. So I'm going to call you Jackson. I said, why are you here? Were you brought here, or what's going on? And he goes, I lived here before this place was built. So the casino was built. So he either lived in that building before it was a casino, or there was a house built prior to that. Okay. So as I'm trying to communicate with him. I'm saying, why are you causing all these problems? I mean, do you want to be crossed over? And the spirit told me, no, I don't want to be crossed over. I want to be left alone. I want to be left effing alone, is how he said it. And I knew he was getting frustrated. And so I said, well, what can I do? I'm not going to force you to cross over. What can I do? Because you have free will. He goes, just tell him I don't want to be bothered. And I said, if I talk to them, can you guys work together? And he goes, yeah. So I looked over at my sister, and I told her to tell the people that work there. And I go, if you guys don't want to be bothered by him, there's this area right through here. And I circled where he would be. I said, when you walk through this area, you have to tell him, excuse me, I'm coming through. Say, Mr. Jackson, excuse me. When you're walking through him, you're being disrespectful. And I connected with him and goes, is that what you wanted me to say? And he goes, thank you so much. That's all I wanted. And he goes, I'll leave them alone if they respect me. And that's all it was, about respect. And so I said, okay. So I told my sister, I go, so as we're going up the stairs, my sister looks down and she said, Paul, she goes, right where you pointed, like when you were down there, you pointed out where I've seen that spirit. I've seen that silhouette walking back and forth. And I was always afraid of going down there. And that's exactly where you pointed out at. And I said, well, if you know where that's at now you know to tell everybody, just be more cautious when you're walking by him, be more respectful, because that spirit will get angry. And I've had that happen over at an old brothel in Butte, Montana. It was called the Dumas Brothel. The owners that have it now, I don't know how they're running it, but the ones before, they let me go through their building by myself. And downstairs at the time, they kind of closed it off because people were getting attacked, getting scratched and everything. So I was down there with one of them, and on one of the doors, there was some blood, like on the door frame. Because you have to understand, there's like these little bedrooms, but they have windows in them. And it was just an old brothel. It's just hard to explain, but it was Butte's. That brothel was like the oldest running brothel in Butte, Montana. So anyways, I'm down there, and I went to go feel that door frame. So I'm seeing if I'm picking up anything. I just kept seeing a woman getting beat to death, basically beat really bad, not to death, but beat really bad. Because I think what was going on is that she wasn't paying rent to stay there to the madam. And so I think they were trying to force her out, and she got a bloody beating. She was holding on. And anyway, when I was picking that information up, I could feel another energy coming right at me. I turned to the other side, and I yelled, and I said, you stay the F away from me. If you touch me, I'm going to throw your effing soul back into the light. I go, I'm not here to hurt you. I go, I'm being respectful. You be respectful. So after I was done with that, then I connected with that spirit. And I said, you want me to connect? You want me to cross you over? And she said, no. And I said, what is your deal? Why are you the one coming down here hurting people? And she says, I am. I said, why are you hurting people? She goes, that's my room. She goes, we work hard to get those rooms. And she goes, when people come into these rooms and they don't say who they are or what they're doing, I get pissed. And she goes, it's the only way I can communicate with them is by doing stuff like that to them. So she's pushing them, she's scratching them. And I told the owners, I said, if you don't want people to get hurt by these spirits, because this place is manifested with them, you need to communicate. You let them know you're going through that room. That's all it is. They get angry. So when we're doing that all the time, going into their space, they get pissed off. If you think of yourself as being a lonely ghost in one area, and people keep going in and out, looking at your house, like looking at your room, like you're a zoo or a museum object, yeah, you'd get pissed too. They want respect. That's all they want. This Jeff Deans is on here calling everybody a scam artist again. So he's going to, that guy's got mental health issues. So what we're going to do is going to block him. Something's wrong with that guy. Give me 1 second. This guy is like totally stalking me from the last page. So on Facebook, I had this stalker on here who was trying to argue with me about something stupid. He ended up calling me this morning on my phone, literally a whole bunch of times, and I just saw him on here trying to start his crap. Well, I reported him to Facebook because he was trying to act like me on my page, and he kept stalking me on my phone. So I blocked him on my phone. I saw him on here. Somebody blocked him. Now he's on my YouTube trying to block me. Thank you. Yeah, some people just got some weird stuff going on in their head. But yeah, so all I'm just saying is, like, when you guys walk into a place that's haunted, make sure, even if you're like if you're going in and people are doing like ghost tours or whatever it is, try to say, is it okay for me to come in? And just try to be respectful. Yeah, there's crazies in real life and there's crazies in the spirit world. Your personality doesn't change. If you're going to be crazy here, you're going to be crazy out there if you don't cross over. Hi, Giacomino Campbell. I know you. I think that's Ann. Hello, everybody. Hi, Rock. Everybody just showing up. Thank you guys for following me. Thank you guys for likes. I got my new, so if you guys want a private reading with me, I got that count set back up. So when it said Facebook, that Facebook page was broken, it's fixed now. So thank you guys for the gifts. So if you, under my bio, you click the link and you can message me, and it will take you to my new Facebook page where you can schedule a reading with me. And I can schedule a reading with you that way. What is crossing over? That means that you're going into the light. You're going home. You're getting crossed over. You're getting, everything gets renewed again. That's what that means. Yeah, that guy was very obsessive on my Facebook page. He wouldn't leave me alone. And he kept calling me. I threatened it that I was going to end up calling the cops. Now he's all over social media. Something's messed up with that guy. He's twisted. I called him a psychopath because that's how they work. They can't let it go. Hello from North Dakota. So I'm the medium that will tell you how it is. I don't sugarcoat nothing. If you're going to act a certain way, I'm going to call you out on it. You act like you're crazy, you're crazy. I'm not going to say, I don't care about that guy's feelings. He didn't care about mine. Do I believe in reincarnation? Absolutely. Because I've had something happen to me when I was a kid, reoccurring dreams like that. And I've had validation through spirit guides that would come through to tell me that, not just that, just the training as well. So yeah, reincarnation is out there. If you believe that, if you ever met your soulmate, that means that you kept meeting that soulmate in your past lives. And you keep coming back to meet them in this life. Yeah, Shelly, I'm going to make you a moderator on my YouTube. Maybe you can help me out there on this one, because I don't think I have any on here. Thank you. When I get moderators, these moderators on here are awesome. They always find these weirdos and block them. So thank you, moderators. You guys are the best, because without you guys, I couldn't focus. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, my moderators are pretty good about getting the weirdos, the religious freaks on here, the whack jobs. Yeah, they're pretty good about getting them off here. When do you call for a reading? So you schedule a reading with me. I'm not always by my phone. When people try to call on that phone back there to schedule a reading, I'm not always here. And people will say, well, can you call me at this number? Well, I don't have long distance on my home number. That's just a phone number where I do my phone readings where they call me. So it's the best thing for you. A lot of people is to schedule through me either through email or through TikTok or mostly through Facebook. Because Facebook, I can actually go on there and schedule, and it goes onto your what do you call your calendar when I schedule, so that way you're reminded. Hi, everybody, just showing up. Thank you for coming through. Thank you, Linda. I hope I am. People say I am. Your nephew is with you, but I'm not doing readings right now because I have to I have to get ready for that. So I'm not prepared for that yet. I'm just here talking. When children pass, do you believe they get a second chance reincarnated, or do they wait? Well, it's a good question. Like I said, I don't know God's ways and I don't pretend to, but yes, there is reincarnation, and sometimes kids stay in heaven and get raised by our loved ones, and they do go to school and they grow up until they're in their 20s. Nobody gets old in heaven. Sometimes what will happen, say for instance, if a kid dies suddenly, like if it was like an accident, like a fall or got hit by a car or whatever the situation might be, or even a murder, that path, thank you guys, that path gets cut. And they do go to heaven, and they're in heaven and they wait for us. We're all together. Everybody goes to heaven. They wait for us. Everybody's always together in heaven, but there's no time in heaven. Understand, there's no time in heaven. So what that basically means is that when God decides that soul may have to come back down and get reincarnated until that soul goes through their path. Well, thank you, Shannon. I appreciate that. Thank you. But like I said, I don't know God's ways. So I just kind of what I've been told. My Facebook is under my bio. So up here. So if you click on my bio, there's a Facebook link. You just click it and it goes right to my new Facebook page. Make sure you like and follow me there. If you want to connect with a father you've never met, that's kind of difficult because when I do medium readings, it's usually about the person that you know, if that makes sense. So I've had people say, can you connect with my great grandma? And they never met the great grandma. So when I connect with the great grandma will be like, well, what does she want? Kind of like thing. And I don't know what the questions to ask. So I asked the reader, I go, what do you want to say to her? And she goes, I just want to know what she's doing. I just want to see what she has to say. And it's awkward because I'm the third person. So like when I do medium readings, it's always about that relationship with that person. And you're going to get more out of a reading if you're more with that relationship. Does that make sense? So if you have a good close friend, a best friend, a parent that you're close to, a sibling, your reading is going to always seem to get like a little bit longer than with somebody that you weren't very close to. And it's just like in real life. It's how it would be, I guess. Really, I like hearing your stories, and I would love to hear more of them. Thank you, Miss Vicky. I got lots of stories. I just got to wait for the time when somebody's asking me a question, and then I remember, and then I just come up with the stories. That's how I usually do it. Hi, Nicole. I meet my siblings by my father's side 7 years ago. Best readings? The best readings. That's a good question. I do so many readings. None of my readings are never the same. And it baffles me because sometimes I think about that. None of them are ever the same. They're always different. I don't know. The best readings for me would be just hearing the people or seeing them on videos that they're getting healing. That's for me. That's like the best. What's me going is that those people are going, that they're getting healed somehow. They're getting the validation they need, and they'll tell me later on, Paul, thank you. You've done something for me. It's changed my life. I can think clearly now. I feel like there's something that's been lifted off me. You're never going to get fully healed from my readings, but if there's something there that will give you hope or something that's important, then that's what it's all about. Thank you. So my readings come in different ways. That's a good question. Somebody wants to know how I get my readings. So when I do connect, I have that mental mediumship too, which is you consider your third eye. Some people say the third eye. When I start going through that partial trance when I'm doing my automatic writing, I'm able to see the spirit. And that's when you guys watch me, or if you guys watch my videos, you'll see that validation. I'll tell you what they're wearing. I'll tell you the clothes that they're wearing, their hair color. I'll tell you all that important stuff. And I'll tell you what's behind them sometimes if I can see that. And there are times where once I get into it, I can smell certain things. And I'll say, your mom or your grandma used to wear perfume, and I can smell it really clearly. And they're like, oh yeah, she wore it every day. Validation. Or I'll get the sometimes if somebody keeps tapping me in the head, that's a sign that there's some head trauma. Somebody either got shot or something like got banged on their head. So they'll keep doing that until I say something like, your brother keeps showing me tapping on the head. Something happened with the head trauma. You know, I get visions. Sometimes where they want to show me certain things, like I'm getting rolled in a car. Or like if somebody's either getting stabbed or getting hit, I can't really see details, but I keep seeing like it's like this on somebody. Sometimes I'll see that, and it tells me I'm like, that person was either beat to death or they were stabbed to death. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, it comes in different ways. I've even smelt cookies in my, it's just weird. And it's only like for 2 seconds. I even tasted stuff in my mouth before. Like I tasted food, and I'm like, well, your grandma, she used to cook like spicy stuff, and I just got the taste so quick. There was one video I posted on here. I was doing one for a grandpa. This girl, you guys, I don't know which one is. You guys can go back and one of those further ones back on my page. And I started tasting butterscotch. And I said, why am I tasting candy like butterscotch? And the girl's laughing. And she goes, my grandpa, he made butterscotch. He liked that candy. And there's no way for me to know that. And it's on that video. Thank you. My dad, I'm not doing readings today. I have to work on myself to do that. You know, I have to prepare. I'm not prepared yet. I do free readings on Sundays, but if you want a private reading with me, all you have to do is go to just type, you know where my bio is, click on that, and then there's a link there that goes to my Facebook page. Click on that, message me, and I can schedule a private reading with you. A half hour, 65, an hour is 125. And you don't have to wait months out like you used to, because I'm going to start doing them during the days if people are interested in that. I'll start doing that by next week. So if you want faster readings, right now would be a good time. If that's you guys are interested in that. You skip break. That's awesome. Dreams and animals are a form of communication. What else is there? So dreams, animals, finding coins, smells is a form of communication that they do. They like to mess with electricity, the TV, the lights. I get that quite a bit. They like to mess with the radios. Birds, certain birds, like I said before, you have hummingbirds that come around. That tells me that the person was a busy person in life. Bees would represent that was a hard worker. A buck deer would tell me that that's his personality, or that he liked hunting or fishing, an outdoorsman. Dragonflies would represent somebody that liked fishing or being near water. Butterflies would represent the person who had some kind of complications before they died, of a disease, perhaps. It's like the resurrection of that body, and they're able to fly. A lot of things. Like crows would represent a person. Like crows are like quiet or they're loud. Crows are very giving. So that's part of my animal totem too. I'm very loud or I can be quiet, but I'm also very giving. Crows are known to be really very smart animals. Crows are also one of the messengers that natives believe between the critter and here. So that would tell you that I'm a spiritual person. So yeah, just you kind of have to fit the animal type with that personality. And that's how you're going to know who you're being visited by. How long are my readings? A half hour is 65, an hour is 125. An hour, if you get an hour reading with me, you can do a Zoom reading or a phone reading. Yeah, if you do an hour, you can split between your wife and you, not a problem. If you want to do a phone or a Zoom, you just let me know. So if you guys want a private reading with me, all you have to do is go under my bio, and there's a Facebook. There's a link, click it, message me there, and eventually I'll get back to you and schedule something with you. You don't have to wait months, because I'm going to start doing more of these during the day. Also, spirits, yeah, that's a good question. Sometimes spirits will have a way of showing us random numbers, like random words or random numbers. So if you keep seeing that and you're open to that, that could be a spirit trying. or your spirit guide trying to connect with you as well. I do not do 30-minute Zooms. I'm sorry. There are times where I'll do a group Zoom reading and there'll be about 15 people, 10 to 15 people on there, and I'll connect with one spirit for like $50. And I don't know when I'm going to be doing that, but if I'm going to do that, I need people to follow me on my Facebook page so that when I do post it, if somebody wants that deal, I can get more people to join me there. And that all you have to do is that link under my bio, click it, like it, and then when I do post it on there, pay attention because I do those things too. Group Zoom readings for $50, one spirit for each person. Thanks, Lockdown. Thank you. Appreciate that. Light and love to you too. Thank you. Please keep those taps, guys. I need you guys keeping those taps going if you don't mind. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Is it possible? Somebody saying something really quick on here. Thank you for the gifts. There's a lot of people talking. Can there be more than one person in a Zoom reading? Yes. If you want a little family together, I'm cool with that. I won't charge you extra. I just go by the time. So if you want an hour reading, if you want your whole family there to connect with a couple of spirits or whatever, yeah, I can do that. Not a problem. Yeah, I don't charge for each person on that. I don't do that. Same with my phone readings. If you want your spouse or your kids with you when I'm doing a phone reading, I won't charge extra. It's just the time. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thanks for sharing the video, David, Davida. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for the taps too, by the way. You guys are awesome. Hello from welcome. Thank you. I do a lot of free readings on Sundays at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. I'm on here, so make sure you guys follow me. And then earlier that day at 3 p.m. Mountain Time, I'm over the radio at Hot 1019, and I'll post all that information and the phone number to call to give free readings over there on my TikTok. You got to, if you're asking your spirit guys to show up in your dreams and they don't, you just got to keep getting on them, but you got to be patient. Like I said before, when you work with spirit, it's on their time. It's not on ours. Ours is all about ego. We want it right now. Ego is what we want now. Spirit is all about, it's their time. It's when the time is right. You got to work. It's all about developing too. If you don't know how to, it's like a lotus flower. A lotus flower develops in its own way. And we got to develop, and each person develops in our own way. Some develop quicker than others. Just like in real life, some kids develop quicker than others. And like in puberty, for instance, everything is different. That's how it is in nature, and that's how it is with the spirit. You see birthday number, but actually, that's awesome. That might be somebody just reminding you that there's a birthday coming up too. You're welcome, Care Bear. If you guys see me looking down over here, I'm also on YouTube. So I'm talking to these guys as I'm talking to you guys. So I'm trying to focus both ways. Thank you. I am not doing reading. I only do free readings on Sundays when I'm over the radio on TikTok or when I come back here at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. So make sure you guys follow me here. So when you guys ask questions about reading stuff, I'm not doing that right now. I'm being real. I'm just here to talk regular questions that people have for me that they normally would try to ask me when I'm doing readings. Because when I'm doing readings, I get like I can't focus and I get migraines. So that's why I'm doing it this way. If you wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning, it doesn't mean anything demonic. It would be demonic if everything around you was in threes. You get 3 scratches, 3 taps on the door, 3 knocks, where things go on in threes a lot. That's how you know it's demonic. If you're waking up at 3 in the morning, that's a time where there's some kind of, it could be a spiritual development going on with you. If you're trying something new, you get back into your spirituality and you start ringing in your ears, the migraines, waking up at weird times in the morning, like 2 or 4 in the morning, between those times, seeing letters or numbers all the time. There's just a lot of different things that will happen. When spirits show up, they have a physical appearance they had on earth, yes. But the difference is if a spirit's crossed into the light, that means if they're into heaven and they come to visit us, a lot of times they won't show us like grandpa and grandma unless they want to. Sometimes they'll do that just to show that they're okay, to let you know it's them. But a lot of times they'll show themselves either in a dream or in real life that they're younger. But if they're going to show themselves when they were older like that, that means that they want you to recognize that it's them and that they're okay. But that's not how they are in heaven. Well, thank you, Shelly Ship. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. That does mean a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I've been seeing dimes everywhere. And is there something Want me? Might yeah. If you see dimes, pennies, things like that, that means somebody's coming by to let you know they're there. A lot of times it's males that are doing it, like grandpas, uncles, or dads, but it's not always the case because I've heard females say come through, but I get mostly males with that. I've had aura migraine since I was 14. I am a dream walker and I haven't dreamed since my mom passed. Shane, I think you're blocking yourself out because your mom's passed, and I think you're not dealing with her death. You gotta like allow yourself to mourn. Sometimes when we're dealing with like trauma or some kind of heavy mourning, we keep a psychic block up, and you're not able to get that. She is probably trying to get through it. She has gotten through, but you're not seeing it yet. You have to heal yourself. Journal or go talk to somebody. You got to get that out. The longer it sits there, it's harder it's going to get out. And it's important to get that stuff out. You don't need to be carrying that. If someone passes in their 30s, will they come through looking younger still? Yeah. Yeah. All the time. Heaven's beautiful. So are the people there. You're welcome. What does it mean when you talk to somebody in your dreams that has passed, but you never met them? It's obvious. I look at that as a visit, and I would take it as there might be. Thank you for the gift. There might be an important message that spirit is trying to relate to you, maybe to give to somebody else. I would look at it that way. Like you might have mediumship abilities, you don't even know it, or you're hiding it. You know what I'm saying? You might be scared of it. So that could be part of that. You're not ready for it yet. Thank you for the gifts. I have trouble with my dad and miscarriages 5 months in. I'm so sorry. If you can't get anything from your son, you're probably blocking yourself out. You got to heal yourself. Allow yourself to mourn. Go to grievance counseling. We're the ones that blocking the messages from them. They're probably trying to get through, but sometimes it's just us. Can you guys please keep the taps going? I appreciate that. Thank you. The taps are slowing down. Thank you. Thank you. What if a loved one comes in a dream and they don't speak? You just stand there. That means, like I said before, if they're just standing there, that's a visual that they're trying to show you that they're young and they're happy and they're cured. And if that helps you to know that they're okay, that's what they're trying to do. And when I connect with spirit, it's all telepathy. They don't move their mouths. They just smile, and I'm hearing them. That's how I see them. They talk to me like this. That's how they are in heaven. They don't need to use their mouth like we use down here. A 6-month-old sister passed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be honest with you. I don't connect with babies or infants, and I'll tell you the reason why. It's impossible for me to have a conversation with a baby. If the kid is probably 5 years or older, I probably could, but I can't really connect with the baby. I probably could connect with somebody on the other side that might be taking care of the baby to let you know the baby's okay, but that's as far as I can go. Any medium that says I can talk to a baby like a human, like a normal person, I think they're lying. Shadow figures are people who didn't cross over. They're earthbound like we are. They're just stuck or they don't want to cross over. So they're the ones that will feed off your energy. They cause drama. They just cause problems all the time. You always feel them when they're around. You feel like you're being watched. They're basically the narcissists, the psychopaths, the sociopaths in this world. Basically, that's what they are. And they're just around still feeding off everybody's energy. They like to hide in the dark. That's what they do. They don't want to be known. I keep seeing my dad who passed in my dreams, and he has come back to life, but we still have his ashes. And I've said this before, if your family members, you want to keep your ashes, that's cool. It's all up to you. I mean, I got my mom's ashes as a cross that my sister-in-law made for me. It's just cool, you know? But sometimes we keep certain things around for too long. The spirit's always going to be drawn down. They're always going to be coming down all the time. And whether you get along with that parent or you don't, that if you hold on to their remains, they're always going to be down here. And I'm not saying that it's good or bad to keep their remains, but I keep feeling and I keep getting the message that a lot of times we shouldn't be holding on for too long. It's not good for our spirituality. It's not good for our path. It blocks that. And we need to keep going. When we're mourning too long, I mean, it's good to mourn, but if we're mourning too long and we're holding on to stuff that we shouldn't be holding on to, that's going to affect the path our spiritual path that we need to be on. If that makes sense. if you're dead, you're dead, someone close comes in and they come alive. How would you explain that? I don't know. Probably Lazarus kind of a thing. I don't know. If they are happy, why show yourself younger? I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why that is, and what I was told. Everything in heaven is beautiful. Nobody wants to be old in heaven. Nobody really is sick in heaven. Nobody's overweight. Nobody's bald. Nobody is crippled in heaven. The Bible even talks about when we die, everything gets renewed. If that makes sense. I don't know God's ways. You know, maybe if you want to be an old person in heaven, you can choose to be that way. But a lot of people want to be in their prime. My husband always with me, even through as he passed. I guarantee just talk to him. I guarantee you're gonna feel him. I don't know if your son's reincarnated. I'm not doing free readings. I do those on Sundays. So unless you want a private reading with me, message me and I can schedule a private reading with you. Animal ashes, I don't know. I'm wondering that the same. I don't know because I have my dog's ashes and I'm not ready to get rid of them. But if I have to, I will. I know. Maybe that could be true with that too. I'm sure. My dad was in the lighting industry and turns the garage light on and on 4 times all the time. That's it. He's trying to let you know he's with you and he's protecting you. I guarantee it. What should I do with Albert? I don't know. I'm not doing readings right now. You guys understand I'm not doing readings right now. I'm not. I have to prepare myself to do readings, and I do free readings on Sundays when I'm on here. So make sure you guys like and follow me on here because that's when you're going to know when I do free readings. I don't pick favorites. So when you message me on my Facebook page and say, Paul, when you do free readings, can you pick me? I'm going to probably say no because that's not how it works. I go with where spirit draws me. And if you want a private reading with me so bad, then you message me and you schedule a private reading with me and I can schedule one with you, no big deal. But I get people that do that and I have to remind them I don't pick favorites. I don't do that. Even when I was on Facebook, I don't pick favorites. On Facebook, I'll see names. And if I'm being drawn to a name, I pick it and I go with it. That's what happens. Do you believe in angel numbers? And if so, what are your thoughts on them? I do believe in them. It's kind of a form of spiritual communication. Angel numbers, spirit guide numbers, what you want to call them, or your loved ones trying to communicate. There's messages behind them. And sometimes I get lazy and I go on Pinterest to find out what they mean, or I'll just ask my spirit guide because I don't know all the numbers. I don't know them. I don't know them all. Welcome, Margie. Welcome to the page. Make sure you like and follow, please. I'm always on here doing free readings. Please keep the taps up, everybody. I appreciate that. If not, I'm going to probably leave early. Have you done readings where no one comes through? Yeah, I have. And that usually means that's a sign that somebody's in a lower realm or they didn't cross into the light and I can't connect with them. That's most of the case, not all the time. Sometimes it's the reader. It's just hard to explain. Or sometimes it's because I didn't say the name right. Some people will say, well, here's an example, for instance, and it happens sometimes. Some people will say, well, I need you to connect with my cousin Tim. Say Tim Robbins. I'm just going to think of a name, Tim Robbins. And I can't connect with Tim Robbins. And or I'll connect with somebody that says they're Tim Robbins, but it's not the spirit. So I get frustrated. And finally, sometimes I'll have to ask him, I'm like, is that his real name? Oh, no. His real name is Jonathan, but we call him Tim. Well, how do you expect me to connect with him if you're giving me a nickname or a fake name? I can't. And that's probably why I can't connect with that spirit. I need to get the name that they're born with. It's so frustrating with me. And there's times where people just get their readings ruined because of that. All I need is their name, So manipulate energy is how they communicate with us. How do we communicate with them? You just talk to them. Every time we think of them, every time we talk about them, every time we play a song about them in their memory, anything that they're down here, they think of us, they're like that. Because every time we think of them, they're right here. They know. Now, if you guys ever got readings from me or watch these videos, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's numerous times it happens. And, they do things around us all the time to let us know we're there. And sometimes they're open to it and sometimes we're not. It's hard to connect with what? Is it harder to connect the longer they've been gone? No. I've connected with people a long time ago. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Could be, but the thing is, I can't connect with somebody after 30. So here's the thing, you guys. I'm going to explain something really quick because I know that question is going to come up. So when somebody dies, I literally cannot connect with this spirit after 30 days. Somebody tagged me on here to some weird lady that says she's a medium, saying that she can connect with people before 30 days. And so when I posted on there, I'm like, is she legit? Is she even does she give validation, or is she even certified? I mean, what is, she doesn't know what she's doing. You can't say you're connecting with somebody if you don't, you know what I'm saying? You just, it's impossible. When we die, it takes 30 days. After that 30 days, once they cross into light, for me to connect with them. Any good medium will tell you that. We know that. And because the spirit guide will come through and tell me that person's not ready. That person is getting healed up there. That person, it's not 30 days yet. And they always remind me of that. So people do try to sneak that in. I'll ask them, has it been over 30 days? Oh yeah, it's been 2 months. And then spirit guide will say, no, she's lying. It's not. It's only been like 14 days. So it's the 30 days. So when our spirit leaves our body, we go into the light. There's a place where it's like a hospital, but it's not really a hospital. There's a place where we get transformed again. We get renewed. There's a place where all the things that were negative within us gets taken away. We get healed up physically, mentally, spiritually. And it's sometimes certain deaths are a lot more tragic than other deaths. And and we don't want to carry that disease to heaven. So there's an area where, where we get healed up. And it's just all you're doing is basically resting there for 30 days. 30 days for us is a time. Up there, there's no time in heaven. Up there, it could be just 5 minutes. For us, it could be 30 days, if that makes sense. But it's also time to go back to your home up in heaven, to get reestablished, to get to know everybody again, and just to figure out where you're at. If you're on a vacation, you don't want to be bothered, right away within your 2-week vacation, saying, being bothered by stupid stuff. Nobody wants that. So that's why it takes 30 days. I mean, there's reasons why. You got to let that, and also it's for us to heal. It's also for us to mourn. That 30 days should be for us to mourn. Yeah, it's kind of like a decontamination. Yeah, what she said, decontamination area. That's basically kind of what it is. It's a healing. But up in heaven again, 30 days is no 30 days for them. It's like, could be 5 to 10 minutes for us. 30 days for us down here. And I think it's supposed to help both of us, for us to mourn. And, we don't need to keep dragging them down when they're healing. They need to heal first for a little bit. So I would, that lady, that whoever tagged me on here that did that, and that ladies and people are falling for it, they're going to get scammed. And I'm like, all right, you're going to get scammed. Good luck with that. I can't help you. Because I guarantee you she's not going to give validation, and she's not going to be accurate. She'll just say, oh yeah, your grandpa's up here. He's got gray hair. He's got glasses, right? Yeah, that's him. And I think he liked golf. Yeah, he's up here. She's going to say stuff like that. That's not validation. She can't tell. I guarantee you she's not going to tell him that what he really looks like. He looks like in his 20s. And he's probably got blonde hair, and he probably doesn't wear glasses. He probably is going to show himself as a military man. But she's not going to say that. She's going to obviously lie about it. And I get these weirdos on here that do that stuff all the time. And if I see them on here, I call them out, that they don't respond to me. Can you connect right away if they stay earthbound? No, I don't know. If they stay earthbound and I don't want to connect with them right away. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know. I just think that when you die right away and you don't want to cross into light, you're earthbound, you're going to be wandering around and you're going to be, I don't know how you would think. You're going to think kind of crazy thoughts, I think. Yeah, Big Skies, Montana. That's where I live. And I just kind of give them, I just think all spirits should at least give at least 30 days before you connect to any of them. I think there's a reason. I just wouldn't want to connect with somebody that's angry, bitter, mad, depressed before they cross over. I don't want that around me. I don't think there is a purgatory. Oh, oops. I don't know. I missed something. I don't think there's a purgatory. It's what Catholics are taught. And that's not true. There is a purgatory. You can, like I said before, I'm not here to convince you what your belief system is. I'm not. I'm going to tell you what I was trained and what spirit guides have told me and what my own experiences are. All right. So I'm going to say it one more time. Okay. There's earth and there's three higher levels. The highest level is where God is, and probably a lot of this, the holy saints, the really good, the higher people, that's where they are. Each level you can move up. There's three lower realms. Understand that the top lower realm would be like a purgatory. That's where God has mercy on you. I don't know God's ways and our sins and why. I mean, what sins were. If people go there, I don't know. I don't get to that. That's between Him and our spirits. I don't know. But that there are spirits there. There have been times where I accidentally have connected with those spirits before. And narcissistic people sometimes go there, and I have connected with them. And when I ask them, I said, and I start feeling the energy because it doesn't feel like they're up here. I said, "Where are you?" They'll say, "I'm in purgatory," and I shut that down right away. But then there's the other one, and the next one, it gets colder and lonelier and darker. And the bottom one, it's what people consider as a hell, because hell hasn't been created until the end times. But there is a place that's what it's called like a Hades, but it's like a hell. But people think it's like a hell. So that's what I've been told. Now you can believe what you want to believe. I'm not here to convince anybody. So that's what I've been told. So when people say stuff like that on here, like that's, I've heard people say that's BS or that's not true, that's lies, blah, blah, blah. I'm not asking. I mean, there's ways of going about that where you don't have to be like some people on here are rude and disrespectful. If you're going to be that way, to me in the future, I'm going to be that way back. I'm just going to fire right back. And I don't want to be that way, but that's just how people are. If you don't believe something, I'm not here to make you believe anything. Yeah, different mediums tell you different things, but ask that medium if they're certified. If they're not certified, then I wouldn't trust them. Purgatory is just a place where a lot of lost souls go. And I don't know why they go there, because I don't know the sins, why they go there. Like I said, I'm not God, but I know there are souls that go there. And it's a place where it's kind of like a redemption of yourself to try to find out like how, like, I don't know, like you're just basically asking forgiveness and believing in God more. You're just trying to resolve the sin or the sins that you're so used to living or whatever. I don't want the word of repenting, I guess. And you're just trying to get back to God. Like you believe in God, but God is waiting for you to ask for help or try to believe. There's some kind of process, but then that's the second chance that some people get. Now, if you're down in the Hades part, that's the wicked part. That's where the really evil people go in life. I don't connect with those realms. And the ones I have connected with the purgatory, they were really, it happened like a few times, and it's nothing I'm proud of. It was by accident, because people will ask me to connect with their loved ones, and I start feeling that energy, and it doesn't feel right. And I'll ask them, I'm like, "Where are you?" And they'll tell me. I'm like, "All right, I'm done." Because I can tell the energy when I connect. If it's up here, it's a higher vibration. But down there, it's been happened a few times where the energy was like, was there narcissistic people, and that's where they went. Reincarnation is real. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of scientific proof to prove that too. They've done scientific proof on that. So yes. And I've had my own stories on that too, by the way. So if somebody takes their own life in front of somebody, I don't know God's way if He takes them to purgatory, but there have been many times where I have connected with people who've committed suicide and they went to heaven. God is very merciful. If He understands your pain and He understands that you're dealing with something that it's not you, and it's probably chemical related or something that you know what I'm saying? Something, He understands us more than we think we understand ourselves. So when God, understand that man wrote the Bible, and there's things in the Bible and there's religions that teach us that everybody's going to go to hell because they commit suicide. That's not always true. I've never connected with somebody that's been in purgatory yet that committed suicide. If you don't understand what they're going through, the post-traumatic stress, the physical, mental abuse, something that did something to them, or sexual abuse that they had to live with that they couldn't deal with, God knows that pain. They get up there, they go healed, but that's not a way of getting out of that. If that makes sense, there's still a payment. I'm always being told there's a payment. So eventually that soul has to come back down and probably have to reincarnate back into their path because of that, unfortunately. But God is very merciful. God doesn't make people to bring them to hell like that. Yeah, we all make mistakes, but if we don't learn from our mistakes, I understand maybe there's a payment for what we do. I don't know. But how do I get certified? There was a lady in town that was doing a certification. It was an 8-month process. She's not doing it anymore. You can look online to get certified. It's called Spiritual Development Course. But I'll tell you what, if you're not a medium, if you're not born as a medium, you're going to waste all your money and you're going to get frustrated. and your ratings won't come out as clear because it will take a long time to get to that development after 8 months. I'm being real with you. If you have that mediumship abilities you're born with, then it will come out quicker. People will waste their money and time because they're not born mediums. Everybody's a psychic, but not everybody's medium. Do the ones who take their lives stay earthbound for a while? I don't, not all the time. I'm just saying, it's just some spirits choose not to cross over for many reasons. Maybe that person was an evil person down here. Maybe he was a narcissist. He beat his wife, treated his kids like dirt. So when he had a heart attack and he knew that the time was up, is he going to go into the light and get judged, or is he going to fight that and stay down here? We all have free will down here. So sometimes they stay down here. Sometimes they go into the light thinking they're going to go to heaven and they don't. You're welcome. How do you open your third eye meditation? When you meditate, you always imagine this eye always being open. Be careful though. You open it too much, you're going to have bad dreams and you're going to start seeing things you don't want to see. And some people can't handle that. Okay, because I connected with one and he didn't. Somebody was saying something here. And he didn't want to go into the light. Some spirits don't go into the light. And I've talked about that before, like earlier when I was talking about when I was at my sister's business trying to cross that spirit over. I don't force them into the light. I'll ask them, I'm like, well, if you're going to stay here with this person, if they're willing for you to have you here, you need to work with them, and if the spirit wants them to respect their boundaries, then I'll tell I'll tell the people that are living, you got to respect their boundaries. Let them know you're walking by them. Say, excuse me. Let them know you're coming through. That's all it is. A lot of them just want respect. If you're dreaming about your late husband a lot, probably means he's trying to let you know he's okay. You're not dealing with it. Maybe he's trying to let you know he's okay. You're not dealing with it yet. How do you handle bad dreams? Spiritually, what I would do, I would smudge my entire bedroom. I would smudge around my window frames, my closet, under my bed, over my bed. I would, if you don't have pets, I would put a ball of regular salt or whatever kind of salt you want under your bed. So hopefully your pets don't get to it. I put St. Benedict medals under my bed. That's just me though. Sometimes people put amethyst, little amethyst crystals, like in those little pouches with sage, and then they connect it to their pillowcase. And, stay with the light. Sometimes it's your subconscious dealing that. Sometimes it's spirits that come around that walk into our houses that do that to us. But if you stay into the light, a lot of times you won't have them. They won't have many bad dreams. And that's the truth. Unless you have some kind of trauma, that could be part of it too. You're welcome. Yeah, salt on thresholds do work. And even on window sills, yes. How can you help them? A spirit, anybody. You don't have to be a medium to cross a spirit over, just so everybody knows that. If you know that there's a spirit in your house, all I would do is just say, what I would do is put a white candle in the middle of the floor. Thank you. I would say a quick prayer before I pray. Before you pray, you want to pray and ask everybody in your house for protection. And then you would just say something really quick to the spirit. Say, I'm here. I want to help you cross over. I'm going to put the candlelight. I'm light this candle. I'm going to put it right here, this white candle. And if you want to cross into the light, if you want to be with your family, I'm going to ask God to put the light down. When you see the light down, you need to cross into the light. Now you got to give this spirit some time, probably less than a minute, usually most of the time. If you feel the energy shift, like it seems like everything seems clear and it's not so stuffy in the house, that means that if you're sensitive, that means the spirit's crossed into the light. That's how you know. And if you have more than one person, they're all going to feel it at the same time. So yeah, that's how I would do it. How I meditate, I put YouTube videos on and I type in like 10-minute yoga. I mix it up. I'll put Native American music in. I'll put 15-minute nature music in. Every day I mix it up. I don't keep it the same. Can you tell them? Everybody's talking at once. Sorry. I dream of things before they happen. Why? Because you're probably got psychic abilities. Can you tell me if I feel anyone around me? I'm not doing readings right now. I have to set myself up. I'm just answering questions. I do free readings on Sundays, so make sure you follow me. I do free readings during the day and in the evening. So if you guys want a private reading with me, go see where my bio is. Click on that. Under it, there's going to be a Facebook page. Click on that one and then message me there. You can also like and follow me there because the more people I get, closer to 2,000 people, then I'm going to start going free readings on there as well. So please help me get to that point so I can do more free readings. If a loved one just passed, how long do you have to, 30 days. It has to be 30 days. I'm sorry, Helen, for your loss. And hold on, I get some water. Hey, so the mailman must be here. You when you sage your house, you do it your own way. I mean, I would say do it counterclockwise around your house. Make sure things are open, closets, doors, cabinets, things like that. You want to get the smoke and all that stuff. These energy can hide anywhere, especially closets, dark areas, corners. You want to get everything. I go counterclockwise. You say what you want to say. If you don't, I say prayers. I say Catholic prayers when I do it. You can say any prayers or anything that you want that's positive. You can say only light and love can come. You can say Catholic prayers, Protestant prayers, whatever religion or culture you are, you can say that. As long as it's of the light. Does that make sense? Never sage when you're depressed, scared, frustrated on drugs or alcohol, because you can be inviting something in instead of bringing it out. Sage is the natural medicine that was given to the Native American people, and when it's used differently, the opposite, it will have the opposite effect. Hello, everybody. So sage is very powerful if it's used right, and when you're using it, sage yourself, sage your family. There's nothing wrong with that. If people are in a house, they're fighting, like kids are fighting. I've heard people say they light sage and the kids calm down. I think it's read somewhere. It's got scientifically proven that sage is actually it calms the negative. That's something with the negative molecules. So there's a lot of scientific proof to that. Hello, everybody. Like for me, when I'm doing readings, my either Zoom readings or my phone readings, I always have sage with me. I'm always putting it around me all the time. That's just what I do. Even in my personal readings, before I do my personal readings, I'll sage myself before I do that, and I'll sage right after. Because the energy that they had, those spirits have, it can attach to our aura, it gets kind of like sticky there, and it can affect how we are and how we act. So make sure you guys do salt baths, sage your aura, whatever you got to do, cleanse your aura once in a while. Yeah, if she passed after April 28th, I could probably connect with her. It's been over 30 days. So yeah, I can probably do that. Do you cover yourself in the white light of Christ? I do. Actually, it's so crazy. I'm going to tell you a story. I'm not trying to be Christian. I know some of you guys are all different religions on here, but I'm going to tell you my story. So when I was starting to take this course about spiritual development course, my teacher always wanted us to keep us in the white light. She was teaching us how to always protect ourselves in the white light. But she did it her way. But that's not how I did it. So I always would pray it in my head. And how I would say it, for me, I would say, Holy Spirit, can you please put your holy white love and light in and around my body? And every time, I'm not lying, I would see that white dove and I would hear a voice saying, here, my son, you're always protected. And I would feel that light, and I would take that light all the way down my back, my front, everywhere, all the way down to the bottom of my feet. And then I knew I was protected. So years went by, and I still practice this, by the way. I always practice it. So my teacher, we were talking, and she says something. She goes, I want you to know that when you put the white light on you, the dove is always behind you. And I went, oh my gosh. I go, you see that? And she goes, yeah. She goes, I see the dove putting the light on you. And that blew my mind. It's like, that is crazy. But so that seemed to work for me. It might work for other people, but it worked for me. But it was so crazy that and nobody knew that. That was my private thing between me and the Creator. But she was able to see that, and that kind of blew my mind. But some people will say, you can get the white light from within you, and I believe that. You can use that light within you and take it out and give it around you as well. It depends on your belief system and how you want to do it, but the white light, either way, is protective in how you want to put it around you. The white light, any psychic medium will tell you that. If they're experienced, they know that there's truth behind that. Melissa from San Antonio, Texas. Much love to you. Thank you for coming. Yeah, Chevy man just messaged me on my link right here. Where see where it says my link under my bio, and then under it's my link. It's that new Facebook page up here. Click it, message me, and I can schedule a reading with me. I'm trying to do readings. I mean, I know I have a lot of readings set out like for over a month now, but I'm trying to get readings like during the daytime so it's faster for some people, so they don't have to wait that long. So I'm trying to start that by next week. So I'm already seeing people up here messaging me on my business page up here. So I know that I'm going to start be doing that soon. So if you're interested, that's where I'm going to be. Protecting me from what? Protecting me from dark energy, things that we don't see. Even mediums can get lied to. Mediums can get, we get fooled. It's easy. There are things out there that we think we're talking to that we think they're of the person, but they're not. So you got to always protect yourself. Even experienced mediums get lied to and fooled to by dark things out there. Anything that's earthbound, anything that's demonic can lie to us and pretend to be something that's not. And that's the truth. Any medium that says, no, I know when they're coming, it's not always the truth. It's not. We get fooled too. Thank you. I'm not connecting to animals right now, Hayes. Laura Davis, I'm sure your dog Hazel's in heaven. I'm sorry. I guarantee if you talk to your animal, like that your animal will always be around you. I have a white house I ride on in my visions. Why? A white horse? The color white would represent something holy. It could be, I don't know. I honestly, I can't answer that because I don't do dream interpretations unless I connect with spirit guides. So I don't know, but I would look at that as something powerful. I wouldn't think of anything else, but there's something more powerful behind that. Obviously, I don't know unless I were to connect with your spirit guide. Where is the light? The light is from God. The true light is always God. You can book with me for a phone reading or a Zoom reading. A half hour is the phone reading. The Zoom reading is 125, or you can do an hour reading for a phone reading, whatever you prefer. You're welcome. Thank you for validating that, Karen. I appreciate that. A lot of people here have seen my readings. They'll validate that I'm legit. You can watch my videos on here. Go on my old Facebook page before I was hacked. You can watch those reviews or read the reviews on my new page. It's all the same. You'll know that I'm legit. I'm not fake. I've read in front of 700 people in a theater this last December, and I'm going to be going on tour. I was supposed to go on tour this summer, but I think something's going on at the radio station. We're supposed to be moving to another building. She's got so much going on, so I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm hoping either by this end of the summer or by spring it's going to start, because they got the tour bus going. So I'm just waiting on that. That's what I'm. So I know it's going to happen, but I don't know the time frame. So I am legit. I wouldn't be on here if I wasn't. Obviously, I mean, putting myself out there. I like when people ask that. Am I legit? Well, if I'm not legit, why am I on here? Why do I not have my own radio show? I'm putting my reputation on the line every day. So I'm pretty legit. Nobody would be legit if they weren't on here, or if they had the radio station, or if they're going to be on tour. Does that make sense? Thank you for validating that. So it's people. I understand that you're welcome from Florida. I understand that people get skeptical, but once you watch me on my videos or watch me when I do my lives, you'll see that I'm legit. There's no way for me to know any of this stuff. I had one troll on here one time ask me. One troll in here, I caught him. He was saying that, oh, Paul's always looking to the side. He's getting all this information off the internet, and that's how he's putting that on here. There's no way for me to know any of this stuff. I don't know that your grandma had blonde hair. I don't know that your grandpa was in the World War II and that your grandma's showing me she's got a wedding ring, that you're wearing it. I don't know about the tattoo on your hair. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know how she died of cancer. Nobody puts that stuff on Facebook or social media. Nobody does. I don't see all this stuff that you people see on Facebook. Yeah, maybe some of it's on there, but the majority of stuff that I validate is not on there. I live alone. So when I'm looking over there, I'm trying to focus to see if the visions, I'm looking for visions. I can't get visions when I'm reading, when I'm doing this. I got to look where I'm getting the visions. That's why I'm doing that. What do angels and guides look like? Are orbs? I think when we see orbs, it could be their energy. They don't live like orbs. We see them as that's the energy we see with our eyes. But there's more to that than what's there. Hello, Mystic God, Goddess Moon. They're so brainwashed by the man they can't comprehend. Whatever that. I'm not sure what that means. Paul, we know we love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I if I'm doing a reading with you, there's times where I can tell if you're as attachment. There's times I can't. If you feel like you have an attachment, ask me if I'm doing a reading with you. I'll connect with your spirit guide, and he'll tell me if I'm like face to face with you. I've seen those attachments, and it's crazy. They look like really like brownish gray shadows or brownish dark shadows, and I've seen them like they pop out. And then I'll task the person. I'm like, you certain questions, and they'll validate that they've had this like certain experiences, and I know they already have. So I already know they have an attachment. But then again, I'll ask my spirit guide, and he'll validate it. So I how to get rid of them, of that certain spirit. So yeah, spirit guides. I mean, sorry, attachments are never good. They just drain your energy, and if the longer they're on you, they could be affecting your health as well. So if you're a healthy person, you have an attachment after a while, you won't know it. You can be absorbing their energy within you. When you see spirits wearing clothes, is the vision the spirit wants you to see. So it's not what I want to see, it's what you want to see. So last night I was doing a phone reading, and a lady wanted me to connect with her best friend. All right. And when I see this lady on the other side, I'm describing her. I'm like, this lady's really beautiful. She's got dark brown hair, medium length. I see her wearing diamonds. I see her like wearing this white fur coat, kind of, and she's just beautiful. And behind her is a beautiful mansion. And the reader, she's laughing. And I go, I don't know if she's dresses like this all the time, because I don't get spirits that dress like this, but you can dress anywhere you want in heaven. And she says she's shown me that because we used to be called the bougie. I can't say the word. It sounds like witches. That's just the three of her friends would call each other that. The boozy that starts with the B, witches. I can't say it on here because I don't want to get banned. And she's just laughing. She goes, "We all dress like that." So, they just that's what they would do. They'd go out and dress like that all the time. That was their thing. So she wouldn't dress like that all the time. She would just dress like that, just prove to her that was her. So they do those things. Like, I don't think she would probably dress like that. Maybe she does. I don't know. I've had spirits like I used to do small group readings in front of people, and on weekends. And it was always the weekends when this would happen. Their loved ones would come through, and they would always dress up to the nines, like they're going to like a ball or some kind of dance. Beautiful dresses, gowns. The men would be in tuxes. Not all of them, but it would just see like a pattern. It would always be like on the weekends when I was doing these small groups. And finally, I asked one of the spirits, I'm like, "Where do you guys go?" Because the leaders say it's you, but that's not how you dress. And they're laughing. And the guy tells me, he goes, "No, we have a life up here too. You guys have a life down here. We're not out." So he's laughing. He goes, we just go out and have fun. This is what we do." And it made me feel good, because our loved ones do have a life up there. Maybe they go up there and they go to these balls. Maybe they go to these dances, and they're just having, their relationships again on the weekends. I think it's amazing. I think it's cool. They have lives up there. We got lives down here. And I saw an attachment on a friend. Is that a bad spirit? How do I get rid of it? You don't get rid of it. If you see an attachment on somebody, I would tell that person to go to a medicine man, a priest, a pastor, somebody that knows how to work with that stuff. All they need is a quick prayer, like a quick blessing. A lot of times it goes off, but it's those people that get attachments, not all the time, but a lot of times they ask for it. They're opening something up, whether it be if they're on drugs, alcohol, they're playing with the occult. They open themselves up. Sometimes when you meditate, you make sure you protect yourself. These teachers that teach meditation and yoga, a lot of times they don't teach the protection. So if you're doing the yoga or you're meditating, protect yourself within the white light, pray. And I can't express that so much, because I've had people come to me having spiritual attachments connected to them because they were meditating. When we're meditating, like especially like when you're falling asleep when you're meditating, and it happens, it's normal. It happens to a lot of us, but we're open, and these things are around us, and they will attach themselves to us. So we're responsible for our own spiritual protection, but be knowledgeable of how to protect yourself. If we're open, all of our chakras are open. If you want to learn how to close them, close your eyes and imagine like these door shutters being shut. Boom. Close that third eye, like an eyeball closing it. Boom, 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 boom. Close them. And that's basically it. But just protect yourself, because there's things out there that will attach themselves to you when you don't know, when you're not asking for it. You can ask and pray for them to leave. A lot of times they don't go. They don't go. What if a curse has been put on you? Curses only are more effective if you don't believe in the Creator, if you don't have that relationship with Him. If somebody puts a curse on you or your family and you're not close to God or the Creator, that curse is going to show. So thanks for the gift. That curse is going to show itself more. If you want a curse to be taken off of you, again, medicine man, pastor, priest, a simple blessing will take that off of you. A blessing always takes off a curse. A lot of people don't know that. I get random smells and tastes from spirits. Any tips? That tells me you have an ability. So you probably have some kind of mediumship ability, and there's nothing wrong with it. Don't let it scare you. It's just your way of validating or knowing that that person's there. It happens to me all the time. But if you feel you have a curse on you, again, be closer to God. People that aren't close to God, the curses usually affect them a lot harder because the darkness is able to get through a lot easier than if you were not with the Creator. And being with God is one thing, and believing in God is another. But having that communication, that relationship, is going to always keep your spirituality, yourself safer in the long run than having things attack you, like having sleep paralysis, having its spiritual attachments, things like that. If you're close to God, that's good. Then I would suggest the next thing go to a medicine man, a pastor, a priest. Tell him you feel like there's an attachment, and you have to be real with him. You tell him I feel like somebody put a curse on me, and he'll ask you what's going on. Just be real. Don't lie to him. And even if he doesn't, sometimes some of these priests don't believe in curses. They don't. Some priests don't believe in demons, which I don't understand that. They don't believe in it, or they don't want to deal with it. Then you go to the next person. You call up the next priest, or you call up the next pastor, or the next medicine man. You have to keep doing it, and somebody's going to do it, and they're going to say, "Come over here, let me help you out." You have. It's for your spirituality. I get that a lot. People say, "Well, I call the priest, and the priest doesn't believe in it, or the priest said this or that." Okay, then you got to call the next priest. There's going to be a priest that will believe in it, that will help you. You can't give up. People give up because a priest or a pastor said something they don't believe in it, or something like that. They give up. My house is haunted. I called my pastor, and he says he doesn't believe in it. So I don't know what to do now. Okay, so then you call another pastor. There's somebody out there that can help you. What do angels and guides look like? Guides are just like what we look like. Thank you. They're just people that used to live here, and they go to heaven, and they help other people. They're connected to us by our likes and dislikes. Our main one is always with us at the beginning. Our families are also spirit guides, and we have others that come and go that also help as well. Angels in heaven, I believe they have wings, but when they want to show themselves down here, they don't. They look like us. They look like what I would look like with the hat, t-shirt. You wouldn't know if you saw an angel walk by you. Like when they say when you see a homeless person on the street, you don't know if that's God. You don't know if that's an angel. So if you're sitting there and you're making fun of people in those tent cities, and you're making fun of those people that are homeless that are on the corner of the street, you could be making fun of an angel. You could be making fun of God. And you got to be careful with that stuff. We should always be defending these people. A lot of these people didn't ask to be there. Yeah, maybe some of them did, but the majority of them didn't. And I hate when people say that. And I stop and remind them, would you want to be there? Well, I'm never going to go there because I've got a job, I got this, and I got that. Well, yeah, you're blessed. But one day those blessings can be taken away from you like that happened to them. And you're going to feel what it's like. We got to stand up for these people. They can't, we got to help these people any way we can. Pray for them. You see a homeless lady struggling, down the street, say a quick prayer, say prayers for them. You can't, I do it all the time. If I can't stop, if I'm at the stop sign and I don't have the change in my pocket, I'll say a quick prayer for them. If I'm in a hurry, I'll stop and I'll pray. It's only 2 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds. That's all it asks. That's all God wants. That's all he asks, just to watch out for each other, help each other out. If you got a reading from a voodoo guy and you didn't ask for protection, yeah, you got to be careful. Anytime okay, guys, I'm going to be real with you guys. If you guys get a reading from another medium, another psychic, another voodoo practitioner, a medicine man, I don't care who they are, you still protect yourself before you walk into that. Before you, I always pray with people before I do my readings, my phone readings, my Zoom readings, and after. But what I would suggest for you guys is anytime before you go into a reading, quick prayer, put the light of protection around you, pray for protection. You always got to protect yourself. Some people are more open than other people. I pray a lot that people in this world start showing more empathy and sympathy and stop being so judgmental and start being so mean to each other. That's what I like. That's what I keep praying for. And like I told the guys before, my spirit guide says we reap what we sow. I mean, we sow what we reap, whatever that means. We reap what we sow. And that's why we're seeing so many gun shootings in schools and in public places, because lack of empathy, lack of sympathy. Nobody's helping. Nobody's giving enough money for the homeless. I mean, for the homeless people to help them, or to the mental health. And everybody wants to be the first to judge them, but nobody wants to really help them out. It's easier to judge than it is to pray, I think, for some people. Derek, I used to go to Helena, Montana, and do small group readings, and maybe if I can find somebody to help me do that again, I will. I might end up doing that again. I'm thinking about traveling around Montana. If things are still going okay by next year, I'll start doing it again. I was thinking about that. Do you do readings for a living, or is it something else? No, I do it full now. I do it full time now. My degree is in criminal justice. I've been doing this for about 6 or 7 years now. And this is what I do. I love doing it. If I had a part-time job or even a full-time job, I couldn't do it because it's very draining. It takes a lot out of me, and I couldn't do anything. Thank you. My father was a minister, and he used to do exorcisms. I've seen a lot of evil in my life. It's real. It is real. My dad is also a pastor in Arizona. He's claimed, I've never seen it. He's claimed to exorcise demons out of people up there. I don't know. I believe that it's true. I believe, because I know for a fact it's true, because I worked in the youth jail. I've seen a lot of weird stuff there, and I've seen it in people who are narcissistic people. I've seen people walking down the streets with black eyes, and I've seen things I can't explain and down the streets. One time I was doing a reading for a lady, and I looked over to the corner because I felt like I needed to look, and there was a bald guy with all these tattoos. I think he was probably from like a one of those places that you live in after you live out of prison, those halfway houses or something. But he was walking down the street, and the weirdest thing is that he was looking straight, but his other face was looking this way. He had two faces. And I looked at that girl to see what we're both looking at. Her mouth just dropped. I thought she was going to pee her pants because I knew I could not be the only one seeing it. And I thought it was because my third eye was open, but maybe her third eye was open. But nobody else in the street was seeing that. But we both saw that. Another time in Butte, Montana, I was uptown and I was going house to house doing readings, and I went to stop my car, and there was a guy with the basketball, tall native or black guy, I can't remember who it was, but he had a basketball. And I get drawn to things. I know there's something going on. So I get drawn to look at him. I look at him, and his eyes were pure black. He was evil. There was something evil within him that wasn't normal. And I said a quick prayer, and I locked my doors, and I drove a block or two to make sure that he didn't see me, so that he was out of the way. So I didn't want him to know who I was, if that was something in him. But I protected myself at that moment. What do I do to relax? I need to go get something to eat for a minute because I haven't eaten yet. But what I do to relax is I like to meditate. I like to watch funny shows. I like to be outside in the sun, my dogs, hang out with my friends. I play video games on my VR sometimes. There's always something I'm doing. Yeah, that stuff is real. You see, like I said before, with the narcissist, their eyes will turn like bloodshot red really quick in 2 seconds, or go black. The energy in the room shifts, and you feel a void feeling, or you feel like your energy just got drained out of your body. And that's what it feels like when I do readings. It feels like that's, if you've ever been a narcissist, that's where a narcissist, that's what it feels like, drained. And that's what it feels like. And people say, oh no, it's just a personality disorder. That's demonic. It's not normal. Thank you. I appreciate that, love, to all one-on-one. Thank you. Thanks, love light. Appreciate that. Yeah. Understand that what sometimes we think is one thing, it's not always what it always is. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, the energy is very evil, very hostile, very unforgiving, very mean. Understand that narcissistic people are actually sociopaths. And sociopaths are very dangerous people. They want to hurt you. They want to kill you. That's what their main thing is. They'll act like they don't. They'll be nice to you, but deep inside, if they don't like you and they're targeting you, that means they want to kill you, and they don't care. Love and light to you guys. Thank you for coming. And I feel sorry for parents. Like she said, her son's a narcissist. I feel sorry for them. Sometimes parents blame themselves for that. And a lot of times it's not even their fault. It's not. Sometimes things happen to make a person a narcissist. Like there's some kind of trauma that could happen to the kid. And the kid dealt with it a certain way and said he didn't know how to deal with it right. And by doing it that way, they kind of bring themselves down, like their self-resolve goes down, or their self, whatever it is, who they are goes down. And they become a little depressed or something. They deal with that for a while. And that's easy for these things to jump in them. And that's why they become that way. You have some people that just been abused so much when they're younger, physically, mentally, or sexually as kids. They learn to be by themselves a lot. They learn to cope with that. And then they get depressed and they try to deal with that. And the same thing, that resolve goes down. And when your resolve goes down, things can jump inside of you. It's kind of like an oppression. So like when demonologists talk about before a person gets possessed, they go through different stages. One is depression. I think the other one is oppression. And I think that's the one where the spirit, the things that can attach themselves to you. And at some point, there is a possession where they jump inside of you. But it has to go through those things before they go inside of you. And that's usually what happens to kids when they go through that trauma. They go through that depression and then that oppression. And then somehow that, when people think of people being possessed by demons and things or evil spirits, they think of the convulsions and all that stuff that they see on TV. That's not always the case. If there's an opening somewhere at a channel, they'll get through. And I feel bad for kids that they have to go through that because they don't understand. They don't know what's going on. But as they get older, they rely on that spirit that helps them. And then I don't feel sorry for them anymore. But that's just what happens. It's spiritual. My spirit guide told me that there's two spirits that go inside of a person that causes a narcissist. One is your real spirit, and the other one's called the Jezebel spirit. And the Jezebel spirit is talked in the Bible. And I did not know about the Jezebel spirit until after I came back from Arizona. And it's a long story about my stepmom. And I started watching. And so what I would do after my spirit guide told me about that, I started watching these videos on YouTube about what causes a narcissist and spiritual stuff. Well, there's a pastor on there that talked about it, and there's other people on there, spiritual things people talk about. They validated that the spirit that resides in people is a Jezebel spirit. It blew my mind. So it's real. The Jezebel spirit is absolutely real. Thank you, Tots, for doing that. I appreciate that. A real person that has a narcissist personality, their knowledge is different. It's not normal. Yeah, they're horrible people. We see them in Congress. We see them in politics. We see them in churches now. We see them as police officers. You can't get rid of them. You can't trust your kids around a lot of people. You can't trust yourself around some of these people. There's evil everywhere. You're taught that you should always trust police officers. You should always trust your politicians. You should always trust your priests. You should always trust this or that. There's evil sneaks everywhere. If it wants to go slither somewhere, it's going to go. Teachers are also become narcissists. I had a narcissistic teacher growing up. I totally understand that. How do I get my energy back after I do readings? I meditate. I take quick naps. I go outside if it's sunny. But I feel bad for the parents that are real good parents that are not narcissists, that are good parents that have narcissist kids. I feel sorry for them because they get blamed a lot. Like people are blaming them that their kids are that way. It's not always the case. Nobody really understands. Yeah, there's a reason why kids become narcissists because parents are narcissists or because of that trauma. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not the parent. Maybe there's something else that happened that the parent didn't even know that it happened. You can't judge somebody like that, And I see people sometimes judging parents, and you can't do that. It's not always the parent's fault. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. But there are good parents out there that do the best they can, and their hands are tied. They can't go to nobody because there's nobody that can help them. Thank you, Moon. I appreciate that. You know, it's bad enough that we don't have any good mental health facilities that are going to help these people or anybody anymore. But when you have a narcissist kid, where are they going to go? Yeah, you may never understand the reason why TJ turned until you probably crossed in the light, or maybe another reason, but they never change. They won't change. That's part of who they are, and if you get rid of who they are, it's gonna they won't know how to deal in life. That's that other spirit that's within them got them to where they're at, and if you take that away, they're gonna freak out. Yeah, there's plenty of prisons, but not enough mental health facilities. That's for sure. Plenty of drug camps, homeless camps out there, but not enough places for get them cured. And it's because of what we're doing in this country. This is my spirit guide said, and I believe it. It's how we treat people. We're treating our brothers and sisters here like dirt. And now we're people complain that they're smelling pee down. Like for instance, like I'm just gonna give an example, like in Seattle, that walking down the street, they're complaining because they see a homeless person on their vacation. Oh my God, there's a homeless person. They're living on camps. That's disgusting. I am on vacation. I shouldn't have to see that. Who cares if you're on vacation? How about show us a little bit of empathy? Go buy the person a sandwich. Go buy him some water. Go talk to the person. And if I were to see somebody act like that, I'm going to say something, I just get tired of people being that way. I get tired. I'm so tired of it. And I'm just to the point where I'm just going to just start saying stuff. And I have been. It got me in trouble many times on Facebook, but I don't care. I'll speak my mind. You're welcome. Sometimes these people can't talk for themselves. And we're here to help each other out. We're supposed to uplift each other, help each other out. I mean, Jesus' big commandment was to love each other, bigger than the 10 commandments, but we're not. Look where we're at now. Every country that's fallen against itself is because they did it to themselves. That's the truth. Sodom and Gomorrah didn't crash because of what of the lies of gay people. It wasn't about gay people. It was about raping people, and it was about not being hospitable to strangers, and that's why that crashed. And now look where we're at. If you don't think a Sodom and Gomorrah can happen here, I mean, it can happen anywhere. And it's people are just being, that's how people are, all about themselves. There needs to be more people that, I agree, Shelley. God bless you for being that way, because there needs more people to be voiced for other people that can't. Stand up for bullies on here. Stand up for bullies in real life. Stand up for against all that stuff. It's what we're here for. My family did have gifts. It comes from my Native American side of the family. I come from, there's a movie called Big Bear, and that was my great-great-grandfather. His son is Chief Little Bear. But it's a long story. If you ever watched them, it's a series. It's a movie called Big Bear. And his people were pushed to Montana. And we were known for a long time as the landless Indians. My grandma, her ancestors, my mom always kept trying to fight to get rights, like other natives, but they wouldn't give it to them. I don't want to be political, but I'm not a big Trump fan, but he signed that finally. He signed the treaty, and finally we were able to get rights that we never got before. So I was grateful for that, because it took so long. I felt, when it happened, and I got, a chill over my body. It felt like I was celebrating, I told my family up in heaven, we finally got, our families finally got rights down here now, but we never got them for a long time. And, but anyway, the movie sets like that. They got pushed to Montana, and Chief Big Bear got thrown into the prison because they thought he was causing a riot or something, because, they were trying to push the natives away. They're killing off all the bison like they were in America. They're killing them all off, trying to kill off the Native Americans, so the Native Americans can sign treaties so they can be like the white man. And Chief Big Bear didn't want that, and he kept getting the visions. He kept seeing. He'd go out there and meditate and connect with the Creator. And the Creator kept showing him visions and telling him things. And when I started seeing that movie, the way he did it, and blew my mind, because all the stories my grandma had, my aunts and my uncles always had anxiety, and I realized, I started thinking about that. that makes sense. Why it's so strong within me. So when I connect with my spirit guide, I didn't even ask him; he already told me. He goes, my gift was already chosen for me before I was born, but it was also within me because of my bloodline. So I was given it. I never asked for it. It was already here before I was, it was already there before I knew it. So I come from like a long line of chiefs, which were a lot of medicine. We call spiritual medicine. Um, that's where I come from. I agree on that. I love light. I totally agree. How did I deal with my gift as a child? um, I isolated a lot. I had friends I played with, but I learned at an early age it's okay to be alone by yourself, and I learned to be that way. And I learned to play by myself. I learned to do things. I stopped asking from a lot of things from my mom. I just started just being more independent, and I learned to deal with what I was seeing, and I learned to ignore it a lot of times. And that was kind of a good thing. It was when I was younger, but as I got older, it affected me in high school because I'd walk into school and the energy was shifted as soon as I walked in the door. Um, I was bombarded every morning by everything, and it bothered me so much that it caused so much anxiety. I didn't eat. It caused ulcers. When I graduated, I think I weighed 106 pounds. That's not good for a kid. And I had a job after school too. I was, but I deal with all that stuff, and then I go home. And if you're, and Butte's a big old Irish mining town. A lot of death in that town. A lot of old stuff. A lot of old, things around there all the time. And I'd always run into spirits as I'm walking to work or when I was in high school. I'd always hear them talking to me. It seemed like it was getting worse, but I just kept ignoring it. And it started causing more anxiety. I realized that if I went to college and I bought a house and they had a normal life, maybe this would go away. It did go away. It was still there, but I kind of pushed it on more. After working for the county for like 19 and a half years, I decided, okay, I'm just going to go out and be a medium. I already had the ability. By then I already took the course, and I asked my spirit guide. He kept counting the days down for me. I'm like, when is it going to happen? And something happened at my work where it kind of forced me to quit, and it made sense at that point. My spirit guide didn't lie, and so I know he never lies to me, and I trusted him. But that was the time, and I knew when I quit, and this is what I'm doing since. It definitely is a part of me.